Wide everyone to the remix to Resilient, the Confluence. Today I am here in my humble abode in Secwepemc. My name is Mika Morgan. I am the artistic director of Two Rivers Remix. I'm very honored to be able to present this conference, which we called Confluence because we don't really like the word conference. And we wanted to be reminded of our beautiful host community of Kamchin, also known as Lytton, where the confluence of the Fraser and the Thompson rivers come together, where they have experienced such an incredible tragedy. And I just wanted to first acknowledge that they are really in our hearts during this time, and all of us during this time, especially as Indigenous peoples. I really want to express that I feel connected to all of the intensity of the last, especially the last, this past year. And it just brings me great joy and honor to be able to present the people that we have gathered into the confluence for this whole weekend. I am very honored to introduce our blessed elder, Sharon Spinks, who is Laka'm. She is a language knowledge keeper. She's a language teacher. She has always been there for us for our festivals, our workshops. She's just an incredibly beautiful woman, and I'm so honored to introduce her, Sharon Spinks. If you could please welcome her to do our blessing and our prayer today. Every time she does this for our events, it always feels like we start it in the right way. And Cooksjam, thank you so much for that, Sharon. Please welcome our beautiful elder, Sharon Spinks. Cooksjam.
Yadikshin 101, and thank you, Mika. I just wanted to say a few words from my ancestors. There are many teachings. I know many of us do have teachings from our elders, but I can't help but remember that my elders said that when you're born, the first thing you hear is the yelling and screaming and hollering for that first breath of air. That is your power. And the power is within each and every one of us on this earth. And it just feels like as the world is turning on its axis, that the people are beginning to realize that no matter where you are powerful, and you have the power to help all those who need the help. And at this particular time of Kamchin, all the Kamchin, Shaitkenmach, all the Lytton people, they do need, and they have been receiving the wondrous help, not only physically, but mentally, spiritually. We're receiving it from all walks of life. And that is just a very quick rundown of what I've learned and what is happening. And it is very true that we are here on earth for a reason. And we are here to help those, if we have the strength within us, to help another person that is in need. And this is where we are now. And the main thing is that we keep up not only our teaching, but keep up our mentality so that we are prepared to be there to help another person. And this is what is happening since June 30th, that it's almost like we have a strength and power within us that's been sitting dormant. And then all of a sudden, when catastrophe happens, you forget about all the negative things in our lives, and we move forward. We keep moving forward to that wondrous place of joy, of celebration, of the goodness in life. And this is just what I wanted to share quickly before I do the Yamid. And I have a Yamid. I sent that. I don't know if you have that sent out, Mika, but it's called the creation, the creation prayer. And I'll say it in Tlacapamuk, Mika, and then I'll interpret it. Okay, so we're going to Yamid. We're going to pray. Tulako takamda umak nako we show them kindaya to reach a like zot. Tulako lila wish to come takamda umak kindaya to reach a like zot. Takamda mi moy takamda shigap takamda shialagan la mushalagan kindaya to reach a like zot. La halau agus kwanstis na ape ex demonstradex chanik demonstradex genoeg kindaya to reach a lex zot skatza squas scholars yes ptenism blocks yes. From the river, all living things in the river, we ask them to help us so that we can be strong today. From the river to the highest mountain, everything that is alive, we ask them to help us so that we can be strong. All the bushes and all the trees and all the two-legged animals and all the four-legged animals, we ask them, help us so that we can be strong. And the eagle that soars and watches and clears our path and takes away all the sickness away from us, we ask them to help us so that we can be strong today. Homer, skatza squas colas, yes, ptenism locks, yes. Homer.
Judgem, Sharon. Now I'd like to introduce our wonderful facilitator that we have throughout the weekend. Her name is Kinwa Blue Sky, and that is Kinwa, not quinoa. I really love it when I get the opportunity to make sure that our names are pronounced correctly. So please welcome beautiful Kinwa Blue Sky, and welcome. Thank you so much for that beautiful prayer and welcome. I already feel elevated. Thank you so much, Cookjam Sharon, and please take the floor, Kinwa.
Oh, bonjour, Ani Kwekwe, Indigenous Maganadog. So hello, everybody, all of my relatives. I'm so pleased to be here. Thank you, Sharon, for that wonderful prayer and setting us off in a good way. We are so excited. It's palpable in our virtual room. We've got a number of participants who are joining and are actively going to be engaged. So they're listening out, I hope, for questions to be asking our keynote and eventually through the workshops and actively participating. So we'll be doing it on this end. This is going to be yeah, we're in a Zoom room and it's live streaming onto Facebook and YouTube. And so we're so grateful that everybody has decided to come and join us. We have 3 days that are fully packed. We've got today from 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time till 4 on today, Saturday, and Sunday. And so we have a host of various different kind of setups, from keynotes to workshops to showcases. And we are absolutely just floored that the day has finally arrived. And so I wanted to say we also have a beautiful, talented witness, one of our Indigenous graphic recorders. And so I'm going to invite a quick hello from Nijitsil, if she would like to acknowledge where she's coming from. I should also say I'm actually zooming in from Musqueam territory. So happy to be joining Nijitzel, how are you?
Ban Queenzi, good morning. Nijitzel Norbert Vilshi, Shritsu Kaikit Dangwachin, good morning. It's so lovely to be here. I'm going to be a witness over the next couple days as we move through these amazing discussions about stories, language, and land. So I'll be here. This is a 4 by 6 foot piece of paper, and this will be filled up by the end of the day with all of your juicy little nuggets. So thank you so much. And it's just a joy to be here.
Oh, thank you, Nijitzel. So without further ado, we are going to invite our first keynote storyteller. She's a powerful Ganigihaka woman. So I'm very pleased to invite Kinney Starr to join us.
Hi.
Yay!
How's it going? Is this whole thing working? Yes, it's good. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. So should I just begin?
Yeah, by all means.
Okay. I just wanted to start with saying thank you. I was given the opportunity to do this keynote speech about 2 days ago. And it came to me at a really good time because we are going into my brother's third fire. So I'm over here in Nottawasaga territory. It's Treaty 1818. And I'm preparing for my brother's, I lost my brother 3 years ago in a fentanyl overdose. And so our family is carrying its grief in the only way we know how. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not good. But I wanted to say that I'm really grateful to have a moment, even though it's a virtual moment. I'm super happy to be feeling connected to West Coast right now because I'm way over here in Ontario. And sometimes I feel like I lose myself a lot. So I wanted to say, first of all, thank you to the organizers of this festival, Mika, and everybody who's involved, everybody who is witnessing it and contributing. I also wanted to say thank you, Nyawa, to everybody who is on the front lines in terms of putting their bodies and their time aside, like in front of the RCMP, in front of the cops, doing resistance action. I'm really grateful for you. As I age, I get more and more tired. I know that nobody in this room would disagree with that feeling. Like we all feel, I think we all feel pretty exhausted. So it's a special moment for me to get to be here with everybody. I want to say thank you to Sharon right from the get-go. Your reminder that our first introduction to this world, and you know, our first introduction is using our voice, and it's interesting for me that to be reminded of that right now because so much of my work is I feel like I've lost a lot of footing in my work since my brother died. I feel like I've lost an anchor. And so I want to acknowledge right from the get-go that I don't think I'm alone in that grief. I want to thank Mika for bringing up right away the grief and the tragedies that we all witnessed and are part of. I didn't lose my home, but for the community in Lytton and for all the people up in Kumching territory who lost their homes, I felt a deep shame for my inability to be able to act in ways that I could feel proud of when I witnessed those tragedies, because I was too deep in the tragedies of my own family. And I don't think that feeling is uncommon to other people either. Like that feeling like that we all want to do better, we all want to do more, we all want to use our voices more. And so I wanted to start with acknowledging again the territory that I'm on, but also the aquifer that I'm on. So whenever I think about grief and I think about resistance and I think about where I can get my strength from as a human being, I walk to the water, or I think about water, and in particular, I think about the aquifers beneath me. So in Nottawasaga territory where I am, underneath me is the Alliston aquifer. And I've been looking at aquifers for about 10 years and thinking about them, learning about them. Aquifers, for anybody who doesn't know what it is, it's the aquifer beneath us is a sedimentary rock, these porous rock structures that, and we, humanity, we steal that water for our agriculture, our commercial agriculture. We use it for industrial farming that is actually creating a lot of problems in, for instance, the Oglala aquifer, which covers the Midwest territory of so-called Canada down through the United States. And for me, the interesting thing about aquifers and being aware of aquifers when I do land, when I acknowledge land for myself, you know, as a method for dealing with grief, for dealing with sadness, for keeping my head above water, for trying to walk in a good way. When I think about aquifers, I think about the fact that because they're hidden, we can treat them improperly. And so, yeah, it's something that I focus on to try to walk with more grace. I can see the rivers. Like I went to the creek yesterday here, and it's actually one of the things that I also appreciated about in Sharon's welcome, which is that, you know, one of the ways that I deal, and I'm just going to talk about me because it's my keynote, and I'm trying to bring forward any tool that I use in case it is valuable to other people. So the tool, one of the tools that I use is focusing on water, focusing on the above water that I can see so that my brain can relax. Obviously focusing on aquifers, the study of aquifers too. But I wanted to say that yesterday when I was at the creek, and I was very nervous about this keynote because I always get nervous, even though I've been performing for 25 years. I still get really nervous. So I went to that creek, and it was about a 20-minute walk. And I am not as aware of where the salmon runs here out in Ontario as where the salmon runs in BC, because I've been based in BC for 25 years. So I went down to the creek. It was little, it's quite near the Winners where I was also heading to be able to just browse and look at things. And inside the creek was the salmon running. And so for that moment, I was like transported into that feeling of connectivity that I think is, it's available in my mind if I'm not near the water, and it's available to me if I am near the water. So yeah, it was just this moment where I was able to, you know, remember that, you know, salmon DNA has been found at the tops of the oldest trees. And salmon, the salmon here, you know, it helped me give a feeling of closeness to home out in BC. And so I just wanted to say, to recognize that, because it's kind of a tool that I, like being around water makes me feel safe. So I'm going to read from a book of poetry. This is the book of poetry. Oh, I've got my virtual screen on. I'm going to read from a book of poetry that I put out in 2008 as a way to start my talk here. This I've been in the public eye for 25 years. I started making music professionally when in 1996. And during that time, I've witnessed the uprising of the internet, and with the internet, I have witnessed the uprising of my own self-confidence dwindling, because the influence of constant information makes me doubt myself. I don't know how much of a shared reality that is for people, but the amount of anxiety that I feel as an art producer these days, the feeling like I've always got to be posting on the internet, always got to be chiming in, it's a really, really uncomfortable feeling. Because when I first started making art 25 years ago, we worked in privacy and we tried to create work that we could share once it was ready. And so I want to start with a poem here called A Good Trail. And this is a very old poem. My mom carries this poem in a real beaten up piece of paper in her bag. If you find a good trail, follow it. That path will become your own. For the rocks resting underneath your feet and for the fire on your tired face. I'm gonna have to move to where the light is. That's how old I am. I don't have this memorized. If you find a good trail, follow it. That path will become your own. For the rocks resting underneath your feet and for the fire on your tired face. For the wind that trails your pant leg and for the poison that falls down your throat. For the shadows you know to be your own. For this and more, you will never be alone. For the kiss misfit upon your lips, and for the hands that broke your child body. For the words you wish you had spoken, and for the sadness that weakens your bones. For your long walk looking for home. For this and more, you will never be alone. For the tree is your spine, see? And those are blessings you cast every day. That is your voice, and voice is power. And here comes winter's burdened hours. This is the seething of clever hidden fears, and these are times you rest to shed tears. That is the future you see in your reflection. It is the coming of new generations. It is the truth that we all know. It's the guide even silence bows down to. She slows to the beat of each heart. For this we pray and play truth's part. For the tree is our spine, see? And this is truth that we now speak. The time has come that we must meet, for those are rocks that rest underneath our feet. These are the shadows we know to be our own. And what is more, it is a long walk home. It is a long walk home. It is a long walk home. So I wrote that poem for my father, but I realize oftentimes after I have finished writing something that is supposedly for someone else, that it's for me or it's for everybody around me. And I've been thinking about this concept of walking forward for a long time, because when I was little, I had a lot of trouble with being knocked-kneed. I couldn't run. I had no power in my legs. I was very, very skinny. And so the metaphor of walking and finding my own trail and finding my own path has been really helpful for me as I move forward as an artist. So Mika, when you originally gave me the opportunity to do this keynote, I was like, okay, here's a great idea. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go on the internet and I'm going to look at what a keynote speech is. And this was totally the wrong plan for me, because what happened is I started to look at all these videos, and it was all these like super powerful, super tough, like super well-spoken white guys. And I was like, oh no, like, I was like, please, do I have to be that confident? Like, do I have to be that way? And I thought it was a little bit disconcerting that it took me a long time to actually dig into, like, you know, the way algorithms work and how it's like all of these keynote speakers are all white guys. It's like, no, they're not. That's not the only people doing keynote speeches. So I felt the fear of needing to be, once again, not me when I started to invest in the internet. And this is a pressing issue for me as an artist, because in my field, like I say, I get strength from water. I get strength from being quiet, and I don't get strength from being inundated with information. And I feel like information is not knowledge. Knowledge is the stuff that's inside us. So yeah, I wanted to make sure that if I had an opportunity to say that in this talk, that I could maybe impact anyone out there who is working in the arts, who wants to be in the arts, who feels like they have something to say, but they always feel inundated with information coming from the outside. So that's never been a good place for me as an art creator. And yeah, I don't get my power from that. I get my power from thinking about things in my own way. So I wanted to share another piece. Once I realized that I didn't have to do my keynote the way those guys did it, I decided to try and lace in ideas of water in particular, because Lytton, the community of Lytton, those two big, beautiful rivers there in Kumshing territory, that really, you know, I've been thinking about that in terms of trying to bring pieces together for this talk, although it was a very short time that I had to prepare. But I've been thinking about the power, what that happens when convergence happens with water. And that's the same thing that happens with us if we are allowed to be ourselves. So because poetry and hip hop is my discipline, and I have turned to art making for 25 years of my life, so it's half my adult life, I wanted to share a poem that is not an old poem. This piece is called Rule of Law, and it's an unreleased, it's a finished song, but it's an unreleased, so far unreleased, but I'm gonna give it to you a cappella because that's kind of how I learned to rap. A lot of my beat making when I was first beat making, I don't know if there's beat makers in the house, but a lot of my beat making when I first started beat making was using a 4-track cassette recorder. That really, you can tell how old I am by that. So I used to use a 4-track record, a little 4-track recorder, and like walk around and collect like urban and bird and like locks, the sounds of locks on doors. And that's my first introduction to beat making. But outside of that, the musical component, I just learned to rap by walking, feeling the pace of my own, like the rhythm inside my natural way of moving. And yeah, it helps me when I walk. It helps me to think about critical issues. So the Delgamuukw ruling in 1997 is a critical issue for me. I remember when that ruling was passed, and I remember feeling so much hope for land rights and oral history to be acknowledged at a Supreme Court level. So this is a poem that I wrote for Justin Trudeau. Justin, if you're listening to us, I want to say to you, hey, great hair, looking fantastic. Your dad's suit's loose though. You look plastic. You ought to study, huh? Get perspective, check 1997 to get a plan. Hundreds of years ahead instead of where you now stand. Judicial adolescence dressed up as a grown man. You're dressed up as a grown man. That's why I say rule of law is the rule of land. It's Delgamuukw, baby. Yes, rule of law is the rule of land. It's Delgamuukw, baby, 1997. And if we use rule of law, we got to use all of it. Because, oh, Canada, your rule is delinquent, misguided and narrow, throwing away the bone marrow. What's reconciliation with no tomorrow? Because the centuries a blip in the face of cosmology, Confederate laws, a young colicky baby, written by the ruling class. They had pens, written to write in a means to an end, written to write in only one side of the story, handbook of genocide couched in white glory. That's why I say rule of law is the rule of land. It's Delgamo, baby. Yes, rule of law is the rule of land. It's Delgamo, baby. Yes, rule of law is the rule of land. It's Delgamo, baby. Rule of law is the rule of land. It's Delgamo, baby. 1997. Yeah, 1997. And yeah, I get it. I've heard all the rhetoric. Blah, blah, rule of law. You sound so Confederate. Pipelines disrupt lakes and rivers that we took our kids into poisonous beds. And this country that we all live in, this country, the waters and mountains, this land holding us needs governance. And we got it because people were royal before the crown set foot. Society thrived before the weight of the good book. It only takes a second to imagine that outlook. That's why I say rule of law is the rule of land. It's Delgamo, baby. Yeah, rule of law is the rule of land. It's Delgamo, baby. 1997, rule of law is a rule of land. It's Delgamo, baby. Rule of law is the rule of land. It's Delgamo, baby. 1997. So, yeah, I get really frustrated with the colonial government referencing rule of law, because rule of law is the rule of land, and it's a Supreme Court ruling. So we'll see if anybody out there knows Justin Trudeau. I have a couple of like potential ties to him, but if anybody out there knows him, tell him Auntie Kinney wants to rap battle him. Okay, so yeah, I wanted to close with a poem about water, because like I was trying to communicate through my nervousness, I was trying to communicate and am trying to communicate that even if we aren't around the water, like even if we don't have access to it, we're in a city or we're, you know, way far away from a creek or a stream, or we, you know, so many of our communities, there's not even clean water to drink. So it is through the lens of despair that I think about water sometimes. But for me personally, I have the water, like in particular storms, have always given me time to reflect on how small I am as a species. So this poem was written during a storm. It's a very old poem. I've been writing about water since I very, very first started writing music. I wish I were as strong and as flexible as an ancient tree, so I could stand up tall, feeling the wind and the water in me. But the storm swings hard, stinging, almost entering the skin on my face, so I take my clothes off out of respect for the storm in place. This storm is my greatest grandmother, she my truth teller. Nothing stops her from delivering the secrets she uncovers. Example, she gives me warmth of sun and rain daggers on my skin. Heavy storm pierce me, wind howl against my offering. And drown me out so I come forth clear through the softening. Drown me out so my faults come through this time redeeming. Drown me out so I come forth clear through the softening. Drown me out so my faults come through this time redeeming. Give me the strength and flexibility of an ancient tree so I can stand up tall, feeling the wind and the water in me. Because if I could go back, I would do it all differently, replacing the sore spots with generosity and dignity. I would go back to all my times of underhanded savvy and swear on the silhouette of the strongest tree that I will be kinder, more forgiving, and more humble. I will be kinder, more forgiving, and more humble. I will be kinder, more forgiving, and more humble. more forgiving of myself as well, because I too am fumbling as I stumble to the eye of the storm and then I'm naked. I surrender my strength because I am so small and irrelevant. I surrender my pride because I am so small and irrelevant. I surrender my name because I am so small and irrelevant. And the storm swings hard, stinging, almost entering the skin on my face. So I take my clothes off out of respect for the storm in place. This storm is my greatest grandmother. She is my truth teller. Nothing stops her from delivering the secrets she uncovers. She gives me warmth of sun and rain daggers on my skin. Heavy storm pierce me, wind howl against my offering. Drown me out so I come forth clear through the softening. Drown me out so my faults come through this time redeeming. Give me the strength and flexibility of an ancient tree so I can stand up tall, feeling the wind and the water in me. I feel the water in me. I feel the water. Thanks, everybody. I hope you guys have such a great festival.
Oh, Chimiquetch. Chimiquetch for that. That was so beautiful. I just thought it was so lovely how you wove together the significance of Sharon and her talking about the water and, so many of our communities and women in particular being water protectors.
Yes.
And looking for ways to find that balance. I also thought for those of you who want to know a little bit more about Delgamuukw, when that came down, this was the first time that the Supreme Court of Canada believed that Aboriginal title, the creation of it, meaning that Indigenous people could potentially sort of own the land that they were on. When I first spoke to Mika, she had told me about Two Rivers Remix and where this came from. And I said, as an Anishinaabe, I wrote my Master's of Law thesis on the Kabishinan of Indigenous peoples. That's the confluence of two rivers. And that's where we would come and celebrate and trade, and there would be marriages. And so there's the nomadicness of our peoples weren't always to one territory, which has proven to be a challenge for so many Indigenous people within the courts. But I did want to say thank you so much. I believe we do have 5 minutes. So does anybody have a quick question from our participants in the Zoom room?
I just wanted to acknowledge that our band, the Malaman Collective, we've been showing our support up at the Yinta and Wet'suwet'en territory for the last few years. And I want to acknowledge that I invited a beautiful artist to join us today. Her name is Satsi Naziel, and her relations are from Wet'suwet'en. And Satsi, I'm sorry if you feel put on the spot, but I would just like you to introduce yourself and your family and your connection to the Yinta, if you're okay with that. Okay.
Hi, everybody. So my name is Satsi Nazal. My mother is Chilean, my father is Wet'suwet'en. Because of that, I have been adopted into the Gasethu clan and the Unistoten house. I grew up on the territory. All my summer vacations, spring vacations, I grew up on the territory, living life out there. My father is Smilwithgem, and I did grow up with Rita Houston as well. So I spent a lot of time in protection of the land, I suppose. Nowadays I'm focusing on Northwest Coast art. It's a calling that has really filled my soul in a very good way. I guess that's what I can say about myself. I'm very connected to the land, the water, And I really enjoyed your poems, Kenny Star. It was beautiful. Thank you.
I also just want to mention that these beautiful earrings here are Satsy's. She made them for me, and her work is absolutely incredible. I'm so blessed to have met her up there in the Yinta. When I heard your song, Kinney, last year for your performance for Two Rivers Remix at the Belfry Theatre, which was just so profoundly beautiful. That's the first time I heard that song, and I was so happy that you were connected to that, because right now, especially the Wet'suwet'en and like all of us need to be very aware of what's going on there right now. Our sister Sabina Dennis has been up there often in the last, few years now, and the situation is very dire, and the Wet'suwet'en Kwa is under attack, and yeah, it's just, we're really encouraging people to be aware of that. And so I was so thankful to hear that song last year, and just in all of your performances that I've witnessed, I'm just so touched in my spirit of how much you're able to connect with so many personal issues that are going on. Like even in some of the people I invited, I know that the first thing that you said, and maybe Colleen, I don't know if you're still there, but with the loss of your brother and the impact on you, and that sharing that story, how much it impacted everyone that was able to witness that. And I'm just wondering, Colleen, if you would mind sharing a little bit about your connection with the when Kinney started to speak. Would you be okay with that, Colleen? Can you hear me, Colleen? Oh, can you take your mute off? This is my relative, Colleen, and I know that she really connected with what you were saying. We lost our beautiful relative in February, and it was related to fentanyl, and it was with a relative as well, and it was very impactful on our whole family. And I just wanted to, Colleen, would you like to say a few words?
Regarding my son?
Yes, just regarding,
or like,
yeah, just the beginning, when Kinney was talking about her brother, and I just wanted to see if you wanted to say anything about your experience in the last while, and your connection to that story.
My condolences to you, Kenny. I know I feel your pain, because my son passed away in February, just recent, from fentanyl. I'm losing a lot of members back home from the same overdosing on the same drug. It angers me because how could we stop this? You know, how could we stop this drugs from taking any more of our children or our family members? It's still pretty fresh for me. I wake up in the morning thinking of my son. When I go to bed at night, it's hard, especially, you know, on special occasions. But I know he's with me and he's walking beside me. It's very, very difficult because my daughter is struggling with her addiction. And I was just telling my partner yesterday that I'm not going to rest until I get her home from the city. Yeah. And I haven't rested yet since my son passed. thank God I have family like Mika, Rob, Kiva. I just love you guys. And yeah, it's really, really, it just hurts, not only in my community, but everywhere.
Yeah.
And I do a lot of prayer, a lot of praying for everybody, and try and keep strong myself. I keep going, I guess.
You know,
But
Colleen,
I love you guys.
Colleen, you're super brave to even take a minute and put words right now here with all of us. And my heart just goes out to you and your family. It's yeah, you just got to remember each morning is a different day. That's how we are proceeding. And I know so many, I really didn't know if I should bring grief to the table here today, but I know so many people are trying to manage grief, and our communities and our communities are we just, I feel like if we can talk about this more, then we feel less disconnected from each other. And so I'm really proud of you for getting up there and just sharing that with us. And my condolences goes to you and your broken heart and everyone in your family.
Mm.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Colleen, I really, when we had opportunities to invite specific people, Colleen is one of the first people that I thought of, and thank you for being willing to speak a little bit. I just think it's so important. And I just wanted to acknowledge too, last year when we were watching your performance, Kinney, one of Colleen's relatives was there who actually just lost her brother. And like she didn't have any idea of who you were. She came because we were gathering to watch the festival at my father's, and it was his first year anniversary of him passing, and we were watching it at his home. So we had food for him there, and we made it an event, and we were watching you, and Colleen's cousin came over, and when you started to talk about your brother, she had just lost her brother, and it was almost as if she was there at the right moment. It was so profound for her. She was able to cry. We actually had a moment where we stopped the feed and we acknowledged her grief and her pain. And once that happened, she was able to stay with us there for the whole evening, and she was dancing by the end of the evening. And it was just a beautiful affirmation of the power of acknowledgement of our grief.
Yes.
And of our connections to one another, and that when we share those vulnerable things that we're going through, that other people can connect to that, and we have a part in their healing. And so I just want to share that with you too, and just thank you everyone so much for just being here in this space. Really thankful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to do a quick acknowledgement that we have a quick question coming in. One, Kinney, where can we get your book of poetry? Because we need it in our lives. Claire Jones, one of our participants, has also said that she's sending hugs and love from Prince George. We have Papa Cass sending strength to everyone who has been affected by fentanyl. I recently lost a dear cousin, and to stay strong. Billie Jean Gabriel is mentioning we can't leave our grief out. It's with us always, and we need to normalize about it. Our connection will heal us. And it's so important that we're here together at this confluence, the water healing. So where can we get your book?
that, you know what, this book of poetry was the big economic crash of 2008. This book came out through House of Parlance right before that crash, and this publishing house closed. So it's a collector's item, and it's I do have the intention of trying to get it reprinted, but legislation and legalese in my industry is really hard to make moves because everything is bound up in paperwork. So you might be able to, sometimes I've seen that they sometimes bounce around on Amazon, or not Amazon, but eBay. So isn't that random to say, like, find it on eBay?
Well, we're gonna Q Creator Universe. Let's get your publishing rights back and have access to your own poetry for the world to be able to access. So I'm gonna say Chimigwech, and thank you. I hope you can participate in the rest of the conference as well. And we're gonna be going on to our next item for today, which is a workshop called Transformative Rebuilding of the Relationship Journey of the Malawian Collective. So we've got Mika, Rob, Kiva, and Gio on deck. Here we go.
Gio's not making it, but we are here.
We'll try to survive.
Okay, do we start right now?
Yeah, it's 11:05, so we've got about almost an hour before we do showcases at noon. So I'm gonna pass it over to you, Mika.
Awesome. Thank you so much. That was just such an incredible beginning and introduction and keynote and prayer, and I just feel so full and elevated and ready to do this, which I was totally worried about as well. But I'm just going to let all that go. Just like my friend Sabina and I we always come up with new mottos, and our new one lately is water off the otter. So anything that bugs us, water off the otter. That's what we're doing lately. So I'm just going to start with introductions. I'm Mika. This is my husband, Rob.
Hi,
Rob
everybody.
Hall. My son, Kiva Morgan Hall. Behind me, we have a shirt that Sabina Dennis had made from the artist Victor Morris, No Pipelines. I will start by explaining a little bit about how I got into the work that brought us to this place we are today. As a young person, growing up in the 90s in a small town, I was always fascinated by history and what had happened. And I was always very confounded as to why we would learn about very generalized information and statements about Indigenous peoples. And for a moment there, I remember thinking to myself, like, where's Shuswap? That's what our name is, Sequetum, my father's people, but at the time they called them Shuswaps. I'd think to myself, they'd be talking about interior Salish, and I'd be thinking, well, where's Shuswap? Do we even exist? And Nuchanalf is my mother's side, and they would call us the Nootka. And, you know, they mentioned a little bit about that, but they didn't use the names. They used very generalized terms. And it was the first time I had really experienced this psychic disequilibrium about that Adrian Rich calls psychic disequilibrium, about looking into a mirror and seeing nothing. That's the only way I could describe how I felt about that. And so I also recognize that both of my parents went to residential schools. So my father went to the St. Joseph's Mission in Williams Lake, which is almost 4 hours from where our family land base is. And my mother was sent to the Alberni Residential School in Port Alberni. They both went for, I think my mother went longer. My father went for almost 10 years. My father's experience, not to say any is worse than the other, because they're both horrific, being taken away from your family. But my father experienced, I'd say, more trauma in terms of what he had to deal with there, and the fact that he was so far away from his family that they had so many children. Often he couldn't wasn't able to go home. Sometimes I think he counted one of the longest times he didn't see his mom and dad was 370 something days. So I knew this history of my family, but what surprised me was that I didn't actually remember a time or a moment where we spoke about it openly. And this really started to gnaw at me because I knew A, that they both went, but I didn't remember them actually telling me that. B, it was something that I completely knew of, but that I knew that we weren't supposed to talk about it anywhere, but especially at home. And C, why didn't everyone know about it if this was such a major thing that happened, and why did they not talk about it? I started to think about these things, started to wonder why it wasn't being taught in schools, why this whole huge history of, especially my family was, and my people was just erased literally. And I didn't understand why. A part of me actually was thinking some really weird stuff in my head, like, oh, maybe we all got over it and maybe we're all okay with it and we're all good now. The first time anyone had brought anything to my attention in school was probably in the early 90s. And I mean, I was in probably grade 10, 9 or 10, and a teacher had brought in an article and said, does anyone know anyone that went to residential school? And of course I put my hand up, even though I thought, why am I doing this? Because I was always on the periphery in school. I wasn't engaged. The only thing that got me through was writing. And so when he saw my hand up, he thought, oh, right on. And he asked me, can you tell me more? And when everyone turned around and looked at me, it felt like the first time ever that I was actually being seen. It was very, very profound moment for me. I was probably about 15. So part of me was like, oh, I'll go home and I'll do an interview with my family, which the teacher was totally stoked about. And later on the way back home on the bus, I thought, what the hell did I just do? Why am I doing this? I went home. I asked my mom, because she was doing her degree at the time at SFU, writing about her experience. She was definitely more open. And then I just went ahead and just asked my dad. I sat him down and said I wanted to ask him a few questions. And then I just said, what's the first thing you think about when you think about residential school? And he just stopped and looked at me and just said, whoa, cool it, Mika. And at that moment, I knew that I had touched on something that was very taboo. And so that made me even more, not curious, but invested into what was actually going on. So I don't even remember if I finished the interview. I don't even remember if I brought the work back. I don't think I did. Anyway, 15 years goes by. I have my son, Kiva. I start to think about him, being raised with me. And then I started to think about what kind of life that I had being raised with my mom and dad. And then I started to think about the life that they had being raised with their mom and dad. And it became this big thing that was in my life that I really wanted to explore. And so I decided at the time, because I was in the Secwepemc territory, to focus my research, which was for my master's in sociology, on impacts on families. And it's really important that I'm clear about why I studied that. It was because I was still in this brainwashed mode of, I don't want to study residential schools. Like, I don't want to hear any more of that stuff. Everyone's talking about it, blah, blah, blah. There's like so much stuff out there on it. I was still in that weird programmed mode of thinking that, we're all over this stuff. So I focused on impacts on families. And I studied my dad's generation, 1945 to 1955, anyone that was born into that period of time. And I split it into groups of men and women. I asked a certain amount of questions that focused on the earliest memories that they remembered, earliest as possible, and then leading into where they were at in their lives presently. And the process of that research was just so intense for me. And probably my husband can attest to that. He's witness to that, which he supported me incredibly in many, many ways through this research. I did my dad's interview, even though I had these grandiose views of how the research was going to play out. I thought, oh, my dad's gonna like help me, and he's gonna like guide me through the research, and he's gonna give me amazing insights. And I mean, it just didn't happen. And then I wanted to do his interview, but I ended up leaving it to the last. And I think my husband had to even force me to do that last interview. He was like, what do you want to do? And actually, he said, one thing that he said to me was, why do you not want him to see? And the first thing I said that I blurted out was, because I don't want to hurt him. So that's when I realized too that I was in this protection mode of my father. And I ended up doing his, what I ended up doing is listening to all of the interviews, recording their verbatim. And then I would create these poetic narratives that were based on their imagery, their voice, and their story. And I had to really, really stop myself from representing them. I wanted to represent them. I didn't want to represent them in my own voice. So I tried to keep their voice very true to the way that they spoke. And through that process, created music, poetry, ended up creating a whole series of workshops. I'm getting a little too far ahead though, before I go there. As I was doing the interviews with everyone, and of course I left my dad's till the end, I went to his place because I had to get it done, and he knew I had to get it done. And a part of him wanted to support my educational endeavors, of course. So he felt like he wanted to do it, but he didn't really want to. We're doing the interview, and it's just so tense. I mean, I'm sure you've all been in situations where you're talking to someone that has this massive impact on you, and you almost feel animated. And so I was trying to talk to my dad and ask these questions. It was just the wrong timing. Everything was wrong. And I felt like my head was getting really huge. And then I would feel like I'm going to shrink and like run under the fridge. At one point, I was like, I'm going to just run down the stairs and run out the door and just keep running. And all this through this time he was speaking, I was trying to think like, focus on his story. Just focus on his story. Don't try to fill up the silences. Just be there. And it created this totally different relationship with us, and also with all of that generation of people. And guess what the elephant in the room was the residential schools. So even though I tried to put it aside, it wasn't that kind of thing. And I realized that through that research. And the research ended up becoming as well about the process of research and academia on Indigenous knowledge and thought, and how my own subjective experience of being the researcher, researching the researched, who really is me as well, changes through that process when we as Indigenous people take over the process of that research. Because there was many times where I had to just say, I don't care if the sociological whatevers don't understand my work. I just have to continue on doing it in the spirit of them, in the way that I feel like they would be okay with. And I consulted with them a lot as well. So once I did that research, and to this day, I can tell you, I don't know if my dad ever read my thesis. I think he did. It was written in his name, really. I don't know that he did, and he never actually told me that he did. But one thing that I did realize through that process is that the question that I asked myself is, does it get easier if you just keep doing it? And I believe yes. It may not seem like it, but putting yourself out there to find the answers to the questions that, kindle your spirit is important. And so if you do keep doing it, it is like a practice, and you'll get better at it. And then you start to realize that your mind can do a lot of things to you that really aren't really there. Like in a recent song that I was working on, I was attributing like knowing the difference between footsteps in the dark and a drop of water. It was the same type of thing. So Once I finished that research, I developed a series of workshops that I was starting to do in my regional area, territory, Secwepemc territory, and where I would have our group read out parts of the poetic narratives. And so through this workshop process, I was connected with the curator of the Kamloops Art Gallery, who connected me with another artist who's Lebanese. His name is Jace Saloom. He's based in Vancouver. He's a filmmaker, artist who focuses a lot on territories, boundaries, and negotiated spaces, and was working in collaborative art. And he had wanted to do a specific project that was with Indigenous youth, and he needed a coordinator and also a person who was going to be there, the co-facilitator, co-coordinator, co-lead. And they didn't know anyone, so I was connected through a friend to the curator who gave him my thesis, and he read it, and it was very in, the same kind of line as the work that he was doing. And so I started to work with him. We were doing collaborative art workshops with Indigenous youth every couple of weeks for about 3 years. So when we first started, it was just me. I was working with the youth. Often when I do workshops, Rob would come in and he would just sit with his guitar and play music and just sit there while we were, because I'm sure some of you who are visual artists, the Zen-like feeling that you get from just sitting there and drawing, sketching, painting. Even if you're with family or people that you have issues with, if you're painting together, you're still communicating in this really deeply profound way. So we would all be quiet. And so it was a nice opportunity to listen to Rob, and he would just play music, and he realized that a lot of the students really liked it. So maybe I'll allow Rob to just express his experience of that, like how that beginning started.
I just want to start to say that when I grew up in school, the Kamloops Residential School was still going on. It ended the year I would have graduated. So I didn't grow up with Native people. There was none in my school. I met them in the bar. That's where I met my Native friends, really. When I got together with Mika, she was in university and doing First Nation studies, and I learned with her. And I found out I was quite ignorant, and it had quite a profound effect on the way I looked at people in the world. And I used to be a very proud Canadian. Now I can't stand this country called Canada, actually. When she invited me down to the workshop she was doing at the art gallery, I figured I had to pay my way. So, I'm gonna be a musician, I'll bring my guitar. And I had also made a CD that had went to #1 at the local university and started our festival career. So I brought that along, and her partner there, Jace, asked if I would be interested in working with the kids doing recordings of whatever they wanted to record. And I said, oh, I'd love to. So for the next 6 months, I would show up every 2 weeks, unless I was working. And we started making music with the kids. And to see a kid that all I ever saw was the top of his head, so meek and so not feeling it, to smiling and beaming after I played them what they created, it was just an honor and a pleasure to do it. So I ended up working with them a couple of years. And during one of these workshops, Mika had brought and had invited Gio, who's an up and coming rapper, artist guy, into the workshop to present. And Gio used a Mac. I'm using a 24-track digital recording system, and this kid's banging stuff out in 5 minutes. It takes me hours. I went, what? So he turned me on to using a Mac, and I like working with him so much. We did this one song together based on Mika's thesis, really, Indian Soul. And it worked really well, super well. And I really enjoyed working with him. And not that you wouldn't look at me and think of me a guy that likes rap, but his words were so well spoken and thought out. I became almost 50, a guy that liked rap. And it was an honor to be that guy, from the outside, to be able to be part of this. And we always had our son there. At the time, Kiva was, oh gosh, seven years old. And he's surrounded by all these artists. And he really looked up to Geo. He thought that was the stuff. And we ended up working outside doing this project with, who was it?
Can we just wait on that?
Oh, okay, we can wait on that.
I just want to interject just because it is important part of the work that we do. So when we were doing the workshops, we were focusing on identity, space, territory, boundaries. And so we were asking them who they identify with, what they identify with, and they could be very honest about who that was. It didn't have to be their nation or their family. And often it wasn't. It was their friends. It was their experiences of life. We were creating these huge collaborative artworks. And when you create collaborative art, you have to negotiate your space and your territory, because when often, I'm sure the visual artists here would understand this, when you create a piece of work, you don't want someone to just come up to it and develop something else. I mean, it's your piece of work, but when you're doing collaborative art, you have to negotiate that space. And often when you do, you find that the creations that are developed are even more evolved than what you could have done on your own. So we were having them bear witness to that process and to become more okay with it. And so through that, when that project ended, we started what is called the Malaman Collective. Now, the reason we called it Malaman is because Malaman in our Secwepemcin language means medicine. And where I grew up in Hat Creek was called Malaman Flats. I just wanted to pay homage to that beautiful heart. And the actually name of our flat up there, according to Geo's dad, is actually translate to the heart of medicine. So, and the way he described it was interesting. He said it's like it's pregnant with medicine. So that's why I called it the Malaman Collective. We started an Indigenous arts and music collective. We invited, Geo became our facilitator after being our guest artist and working with Rob. He became our co-facilitator as well. So he was teaching Rob the Mac. Rob was teaching him about other things. Musical, everything, because he was just a rapper making beats, and not just a rapper making beats. He has major talent, but for him to be enmeshed in this world of music, maybe you can touch on that a little bit.
Well, I don't know if any of you guys have worked with rappers before, but often they speak of bars. They're not speaking of musical bars. They're speaking of lines that they write. And that was a huge thing just to overcome right there, because we'd be speaking, he'd be going, well, so many bars, and I'd be counting, and counting had nothing to do with the bars that he was talking about. When we finally got through that was something, actually. So, I mean, we both taught each other quite a bit over the years we've been working, because Geo really had no idea of 4/4 time or 3/4 time or any of the musical stuff. It was all about his words. And it was just such a great collaboration together. I've always enjoyed working with Geo. And then he taught our boy. I'm going to let Kiva bring that up.
Okay. Well, just before he starts, we were doing a project with Beat Nation exhibit that was across Canada, that was about Indigenous art and hip hop. And it was toured across Canada. And when it came to Kamloops, the Kamloops Art Gallery asked us to set up our mobile recording studio, which we had in an RV right in front of the art gallery. And our idea was that we were going to, have a bunch of fresh food, invite random people. And at the time, the art gallery and the library was a place where a lot of the downtown people hung out, mostly our people. When I say our people, I mean Indigenous people, lots of homeless, lots of traumatized, addicted to substances. Like, as soon as we got there, someone was having a seizure. Like, it was just a happening place. So we said, we want to invite anyone that will come. We want to give them create the space, invite them to come, have a bunch of fresh food, And then if they, when they participate with us or even just talk to us, we want them to be able to go into the exhibition and see it for free as well. We're trying to open up that space because the library and the art gallery are there, but they were not meshing. And so Kiva often became we called them mini facilitator. My daughter was there as well, but he was, you know, of an age. He was about 7 when we started the workshops. He was 10 when we did the exhibition. So by this time, a couple of years later, he was 12, almost 13. And we were hired to do this 3-day thing. He started to work with Geo, and I'll let Kiva tell that part.
So as you guys heard, I've pretty much been involved with music since a young age, and always had it in the household and around in the family. Geo was growing up as a young boy in the early 2000s. There's a lot of rap music, so seeing Geo do his thing and being an Indigenous young male as well gave me a little bit of hope and confidence, you know, and especially having him around all the time really helped, seeing that he was able to do this stuff with my parents, really changing the way I looked at rap music and hip hop in general, you know, seeing that it didn't have to just be done on the way that I was seeing it be done on TV and on the internet. It could be done a totally different way. So it kind of opened that up for me. And
Ghost.
At 12 years old, I got to write a song with Geo. He helped me write my first rap piece called Ghost. It's available on all streaming platforms, and that was a really cool experience. I kind of talked about everything I was seeing around me, and addiction and substance abuse, even at a young age, was something that I had seen a lot of around where we were doing the art workshop at the time. And my verse was based around all the abuse and trauma that I was seeing on the streets of Kamloops at that time. So, yeah.
Maybe could you spit that verse, because it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Just to put you on the spot, totally. The song is called Ghost, and it's on Spotify, YouTube, all that stuff.
He needs a
I'm
guitar.
just done.
I just can't remember.
Here, let's grab one.
It's been a while since we did that song.
5 minutes. I'll be right back.
Just say the
I can't remember.
my life is something with those people on the
No,
adventure.
everyone thinks that's the first part. That's like half.
Yeah, I know. Anyway, sorry, I'll go on. Yeah, so there's actually a really cute video if you ever want to check it out, of Kiva being a little 12-year-old in our mobile recording studio in our RV. And it's a cute video that the Kamloops this week did. And it shows him developing that verse. And he's just a little 12-year-old guy, and Geo's supporting him. And he just did such a great job. I was really proud of Geo doing that with Kiva. And right after that, and after he did that incredible verse, we decided, like, okay, Kiva, you're not guesting anymore with the Malaman Collective. You're just going to be a part of it, and you're going to write with us. Standing on a roof, looking at the sky, wonder what it'd be like to try and fly, not to cry, wonder why I feel so low when I am up so high, trying to decide which staircase to climb back down to the ground, put my face down as I walk through the crowd and say nothing. the streets are so loud, I start to drown in the sound. I am lost where I once was found.
I look in the past, what's so important, I'm just sorting all of the things that I have done, what I become, cause some of that stuff was dumb, some of it was fun, but I'm just young, and my life ain't done, cause it's these people on these benches. Now I don't know them, I guess most people just ignore them, but you gotta sit down, have a conversation, ask them what's the situation. Maybe they got caught up in evacuation, or just didn't have enough motivation. Got sick of people and the discrimination, sat down and took some pills of that medication that they didn't need, and disappeared like a ghost. Nobody knows, but they were the host, and everybody asked, where did they go? And everybody asked, but nobody knows.
That's just a little part of our song called Ghost, but we developed 3 songs out of that workshop. That one became, we still perform it often. It became kind of like an anthem song to people, because our main chorus part says, bring in some light, carry it bright. And I really believe, like when Kiva came into that situation with us, I mean, the first thing he witnessed was this Indigenous man having a seizure. We had to deal with that. We met so many of our people on the streets. They were so happy to just be seen by us and to be invited to share their thoughts. And some of their thoughts were harsh and some of them were incredible. And the ones that allowed us to record them or to just hang out with them. All our food every day was gone, all our fresh food. We ensured that they went in to see the exhibition, the Beat Nation exhibition. And even to this day, the Kamloops Art Gallery says that they have never had so many people come into their exhibition than they did in those 3 days that we were there outside the art gallery doing that mobile recording studio. And not to mention that even though we told them, this is our project, we're ensuring that people are going to come in to see the exhibition for free no matter what, there was 3 people during that 1 day period had to come back and say, oh, they wouldn't let me in. They didn't believe me. So, you know, obviously the boundaries needed to be broken down. The barriers needed to be broken down. I mean, we're still working at it. It's not there yet. But that is what developed our work together, is just those experiences of collaboration. I'm forever grateful for the lessons in collaboration, because and I believe that the work from my thesis, where I was able to sit in those moments of silence with the people who were sharing their pain and their grief with me, I was able to tune into that as a very strong place of power, so that when we were working together with others, we didn't intimidate them or scare them off with our own pressure. Instead, we were able to sit with them in their experience as well, so that they felt like they had the freedom to express themselves. And even in the early parts of our workshops, I used to call Rob the freedom facilitator, because, you know, they'd come in and they'd look at Rob and be like, what is he doing here? But then they would just understand by listening to him. And when they worked with him, like he said, they would go into we had this really funny situation in this studio where there were 2 bathrooms, and one was a huge bathroom, one was a smaller one. They wanted our studio recording work to be up 2 floors in the boardroom of the Kamloops Art Gallery office. It was not just
cool.
No one wanted to go up there. And we said, no, we can't do that. And so Rob was like, well, we're not using this bathroom. So he just put like a piece of wood on the toilet and on the sink and set up. Can. We call it the recording can. And man, they just loved that recording can. It was a big joke because they could take pictures with them sitting on the toilet, which, you know, had a board on it. But I mean, they'd come out of that recording can just with their faces lit up and beaming and saying, I want you to hear this, and I want to take a copy of it back to my family. And it would change. And then they would bring members of the other members of their family. It would create these bonds of connection that were really, really needed. And yeah, that's how we developed. Gio is not here today. His mother passed away a year ago. yesterday, and we all actually, Rob and I and Gio have all had parents that have passed in the last 3 years. So it's been a very tumultuous time for us as a band, but also for us in our personal lives. And we've been supporting each other through that the best we can. But I think that's a interesting part to expand on a bit, is like working in an Indigenous group with a variety of people that all have very close connections. You know, it can be an incredibly profound, beautiful experience together, but it can also be very, very stressful, vulnerable, and because everyone's going through their own trauma, especially in the last year. You know, we've lost parents, and then in this last year, what we knew to be true has been physically found and recovered in these children and their spirits, and it brings back all of this trauma from what we grew up with, and then with the pandemic and being separate from one another, and that was very hard on everyone, especially with the deaths that happened after that, from fentanyl, from isolation, from sickness, from just, and then not being able to gather, not being able to sing our songs together, right into the fire at Lytton, and how that impacted our family and friends, our community that we had been hosted by for a few years, where we had developed, you know, all of our work. And so I think there's a lot of challenges when you're working together as a collaborative group, but at the same time, there's a lot of beauty to it. There's a lot of healing that comes with it.
Can I speak on that for a second?
Yes, I would like that. Thank you.
I was just thinking of, we've done so many workshops with Mika where she goes ahead of us and teaches her master's thesis about the residential school, and usually the letter to Seward Laurier of the Interior Sealist Chiefs. And then we try and create artwork with these kids, whatever kind of work that might be, whether it's written or drawings or with us music. We were in Lytton doing one, and it was so heartbreaking to hear the stories these kids were bringing to create music with. They were incredibly sad, incredibly traumatic. There wasn't a day where I didn't cry. And one of the kids says to me, "Oh, I'm so happy you guys are here. It's like having therapy." And I'm not a therapist in any way, shape, or form, but for them to be able to tell their story without judgment, without an encouragement. When we finished that session there, we had all these songs that these kids had created. And all my hope was that the parents and the uncles and the aunts listened to this, because this is your kid screaming out for help. And to be able to be the guy that allows these kids to have a voice is just, it's an incredible thing. And I don't want to take happiness out of it, but I did. I mean, I helped these kids. And it was an honor. And it still is. I still want to be able to give a voice to people who don't have one. And that's what the workshops we do with these kids usually is about, is giving them a voice.
And you know what is beautiful about it is we've done these workshops since probably 2006. I mean, we have kids that are not kids anymore. They're like
Adults.
Probably almost in their 30s. And they still remember us and say hi and run up to us. And we're still like, sometimes I don't even recognize them because I'm like, oh my goodness, but they recognize us. And that means that we impacted them in a positive way. There's some of them that have been passed away now. And I remember each and every one of them. Anyway, I just, yeah, the work that we continue to do, it's very healing. We don't know, even right now, I don't know how long our group will stay together. It's a collective. It's probably always going to keep evolving. We just do our best to keep the music going and to keep sharing our experiences of healing. And I don't know, maybe Kiva can give a little bit of insight into what it's been like, you know, as you being a young kid in this kind of realm that we've created up to now, to you doing your own solo stuff too.
Growing up in the music, you know, in the musical, like I said before, it was awesome, but it also really helped me. Some people grow up in a music family and don't take to it, but I definitely took to it. And I remember those art workshops. That was a big part of my childhood because I would always come. And I was homeschooled at the time, and we did a lot of the art workshops at schools or with kids that were going to school. So that was kind of a way for me to like have little buddies. We did one in Lytton, and I still have buddies that I still connect with once in a while from those art workshops. And we did one in my hometown, so I'd get to go to the schools and hang out with the older kids, and bug all the older kids, and get to express myself through art and later on through music as well. And that really helped my development on my solo performance, because I got to get comfortable first with doing it with a group instead of just having to go up there by yourself on a stage. So working up to being able to perform by myself was helpful, and now I'm able to perform my own shows and do some curating, and it's been awesome. I keep getting more opportunities, and I hope to get more and maybe do an art workshop like I got to experience as a kid one day and help some other kids express themselves through art.
Well, I got to tell you about Kiva's first performance, though. I was, he was at his brother's house, and I was picking him up to take him home. And it was a Thursday night, and there was a jam session at the Grind Cafe. And I said to my son, oh, he's 6, Kiva, we can go home or we can go to the jam session. And, where do you want to go? And he said, Daddy, I want to go to the jam. So we did. But it was punk rock night. And I'm not a punker. But the guy sees me and he runs out to the truck. Well, Rob, you going to play? And I looked at Kiva and I says, well, Kiva, he was a Spider-Man freak, and his mom had downloaded every version of Spider-Man there was out there. And the Ramones had done a version, and Kiva knew it. And I says, well, if you sing that, I'll play. So we went in there. The whole band knew it because they were all punkers. And Kiva was the leader. So he counted, he goes, 1, 2, 3, 4. And the band fires up, and Kiva launches into the first verse, and he does the second verse, and then he steps back and points at the guitar player. The guy does the ripping lead. As it's coming out of the lead, the little bugger goes 1, 2, 3, 4, and he sings the last verse just like a pro. I couldn't believe it. Well, at the end of the song, the whole place erupted, and I looked at my little 6-year-old son, and it was like nothing to him. He was like, yeah, man, just my dude, right? And I knew at that moment he was going to be an entertainer. And he is.
Yeah, he really is.
Yeah.
So I guess we could just end there. I just like to encourage all of you, if you haven't heard our music, check out the Malaman Collective. We're on YouTube, Spotify, iTunes. We're going to be coming out with a new album hopefully this year. This one's been a long time coming. It's okay though. Sometimes things just need to percolate, like the cheg on the stove right now. And we're all, the other thing I wanted to mention about us is that we all have our own separate projects that are very important to us. Like
on the Genghis Gandhis.
Yeah, Rob has a band called the Genghis Gandhis, which I also used to sing in and sometimes still do. And actually it helped me to be able to be more comfortable being on a stage. Kiva does his own solo project called Kiva MH, and he collaborates with other people. I have my own music and work that I do. You know, obviously a huge one is Two Rivers Remix, but I have my own solo work and writing that I focus a lot on and want to focus on more, of course. So, and Gio, of course, he's got like 300 songs on the internet, and You know,
AKA the voice.
yeah, he does some, he's just prolific, really.
And an artist.
Um,
Incredible artist.
and we all do our best, you know, we're not perfect. We're just experiencing life and really being there for our loved ones and our family. So thank you for your listening. Very much appreciate it. And if anyone has any questions, I was going to see if Victoria is still on, but I don't think she is. I don't know if is Billie Jean on? Billie Jean? I don't know if she's on. I wanted to see if she had any feedback about, because I believe Billie Jean was a part of the workshops back in the Confluence Art Gallery days, but that's okay. Does anyone have any questions or comments or anything? And after this, we'll be having a showcase, and our set from Bubba's Cave, which is a Indigenous music recording studio in the Capilano Indian Reserve, owned by the awesome Dennis Joseph, who is, his band is called Bitterly Divine, I believe. He has this incredible space in Capilano, and we went and with a variety of other artists went there and recorded for the Two Rivers Remix Festival this year, and showcased it online. But you'll be seeing that this afternoon is our set that we did for Bubba's Cave, and it was a real honor to be there. There were some incredible things that happened while we were there, and it's just great. So, Cook's Gem.
Cook's Junction. Weekston.
Wonderful. Thank you, guys. I know that we're going to be seeing your performance shortly through the lunch hour period from 12 to 1. You're one of the showcases, as you just mentioned. I also wanted to just take a quick couple of moments to check in on the progress that Nijitsil is coming along. Yeah, should we do a quick check-in?
Yeah.
Sounds good. Awesome. So as you can see, we have our lovely title, Remix to Resilience virtual conference. Then over the next 3 days, we're going to be talking about stories, language, and land. We heard from Sharon Spanks this morning, and I love this quote from her: no matter where you are powerful. And I thought that was such a beautiful way to start the morning, to acknowledge our power and to acknowledge the land that we are on. And then we heard from, of course, the ever so amazing Kenny Starr. She talked a lot about finding her own trail and how that helped her move forward as an artist. She talked and spoke a lot about water, so I've added that here, and the salmon, and how focusing on water was a way of healing and a way of relaxing for her, and how being around water makes her feel safe. We also heard about, of course, all eyes on the Yinta. So I've added some little protest advocate signs here. We also touched upon how storms have given me the time to reflect on how small I am as a species. I just thought that these were beautiful ways of bringing in this dialogue around water and the importance of it. We then touched upon the rule of law is the rule of land, the Delgama of 1997 ruling. And so I thought it was really important to add that here. We heard some of the book of poetry, and also there's a little 4-track recorder here, just shouting out Kenny Starr. And then finally, there was this beautiful quote that she shared with us. Well, I will be kinder and more forgiving. So that catches us up to where we are. And yeah, looking forward to the next portion. Hi, Cho.
That's amazing.
Oh, so amazing. Love it. We've got land up there and we've got water, because obviously we've been talking about the confluence. Here we are. So we do have part of why we are here anyways is to mention that we do have to honor and put our hands up to our funders. So I'm going to say a quick shout out because Two Rivers Remix wants to acknowledge the financial support of the Government of Canada, the Government of BC, Canada's private radio broadcasters. So we have the British Columbia Arts Council, Factor, Creative BC. So you can see the importance of this work that we're doing to bring us together, to have those, to have those laughs and those tears, and to, be connecting and sharing all together. So I'm so grateful that we've started off in a good way. Now, as we go into 12 o'clock, we have several pre-recorded showcases. The first one is Ronnie Dean Harris, so AKA Oz 12. This is a performance courtesy of Full Circle. And so I believe he's joining after lunch for the Bearing Witness session. So hopefully this is a great intro to him. That's about a 15-minute performance. And we also have the JB, the First Lady, and the Butterflies and Spirit dance group. And so that's a quick 10-minute presentation. And then we come back to our guests right now, the Malaman Collective. And as Mika was sharing, that was filmed at Bubba's Cave. So happy to have that. And yeah, is there any quick reflections, Mika, before
I just
want
to express that the first song in our Bubba's Cave recording is the Indian Soul song that wrote by Rob, who wrote the music, and then he used the words of my thesis of the interviewees from my poetic narratives. He took words out from a variety of them and put it together in this song called Indian Soul. And then Gio did an amazing rap, 2 verses on the contemporary story of the effects of residential school intergenerationally. So when you hear the words in Indian Soul, know that those are the words of the survivors of the Secwepemc, and one of them is Chilcotin Nation. And I just wanted to mention that before. And also Ronnie is incredible. His set is going to be amazing. And the JB with the Butterflies clip from the Belfry Theater was last year recorded, the same place that Kinney recorded. And it was just such an incredible thing to witness, because there was only me and a couple other, a sound guy and a camera guy and 2 camera people. That's it in the whole theater. So the theater was all dark with empty seats. And when JB came up with the Butterflies, it was like we were witnessing a ceremony. And so I just want to express that those moments were really, really special. So I'm really excited for you guys to witness them as well.
Oh, so wonderful. Thank you again for that workshop. Okay, so then before we break for lunch and have the showcase, I just wanted to also give a shout out to this afternoon session. So between 1 and 3, we have a Bearing Witness session. So we have a knowledge keeper panel. So we have Leela Gilday, Mika, you're back, Madeline McCallum, and Lorelei. Oh, I'm not sure if Lorelei is able to join. Do you know?
I'm not sure. She's kind of, she's assisting an elder's family right now. So we have to just kind of wait and see. She's hoping to, but we'll see.
Great. Okay. Well, hopefully they're going to come from Butterflies and Spirit. We have Curtis Clearsky, Marcel Gagnon, Lacey Hill, and Ronnie will be joining. So we'll have Najitsil joining again. She's going to be continuing the graphic recording. After that panel, we have between 3 and 3:55 Pacific Standard Time, we have Maddie doing a workshop. So Madeline McCallum is going to be offering a session, and she's going to be walking us through her story of how dance has helped her through a childhood of uncertainty, running away from home, homelessness, abusive relationships, anxiety, depression, and a cancer diagnosis. She's going to talk a little bit about the power of movement and how it heals and creates an energy force and vibration where we align with our highest self. She's also going to share some of her personal projects and how she found the courage to share her stories and work through the shame of her truth. Madeline will also share her works with Butterflies in Spirit, the dance group that we're going to see this afternoon, spreading awareness of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, and to us LGBTQIA+. In her award-winning short film. Now, I'll have to practice how to pronounce it. Hopefully she'll be able to remind us, where she bears herself after her mastectomy surgery, and to share her perspective on loss, and her recent award-winning film, Dancing Through, where you get to witness her journey with cancer. So we are very excited that she'll be joining us this afternoon. And yeah, and then we'll have a quick check-in after that session, again with Nijitsil, to see how her progress for the day went, and yeah, just a closing for the day. So without further ado, let's start the showcases with Ronnie.
How you doing? My name's Oz12. Welcome. Check 1, check 2. How do you do? Sorry if we showed up into your lives a little later than you were expecting. It's been a busy couple of years, an even busier evening with our friends out and about, just trying to save the world. So check it. Sorry I was late again. I was out last night saving the world with my friends, yeah. Sorry I was late again. I was out last night saving the world with my friends, yeah. Sorry I was late again. I was out last night saving the world with my friends, yeah. Sorry I was late again. I was out last night saving the world. Wild salmon warrior, coast protector, waterland defender. Shout out to all those sectors. Black snake killers, sightsee stoppers, tiny house builders, flash mob, brown dance shoppers, frontline sisters and brothers, doulas, birthers, clan mothers, medicine keepers and colors. Drop it back and hover to my northern and southern homies, allies and cousins, sisterhoods and covens, down for action as loving ancient, recognize an ancient, I am common, not complacent, nationhood destined, not sovereignty adjacent. No need for these violations, infiltrations or citations. See, this industrialization is lowering vibration, so we've come to save the planet. Here's your time to understand it. Probably not how you planned it, but we say this heavy-handed. So hello, your honor, I'm sorry I'm late again. I was out last night saving the world with my friends, yeah. Sorry I was late again. I was out last night saving the world with my friends, yeah. Sorry I was late again. I was out last night saving the world with my friends, yeah. Sorry I was late again. I was out last night saving the world with my friends, yeah. Sorry I was late again. I was out last night saving the world. And then there was action. We were gaining traction as a unified faction, just trying to stop the extractions. Mobilization right across the nation. 500 nations, wait, stop, raise up vibrations. Ocean to ocean, turtle island motion. Like a cameraman screaming through your heart with my devotion. And it was getting urgent, our power started surging. Our power started surging, almost didn't make it here and that's for certain. Sorry I was late again. I was out last night saving the world with my friends, yeah. Sorry I was late again. I was out last night saving the world with my friends, yeah. Sorry I was late again. I was out last night saving the world with my friends, yeah. Sorry I was late again. I was out last night saving the world. We were saving the world. We were saving the world. Saving the world, me and my friends, yeah. We were saving the world. We were saving world. We're saving the world, yeah. Me and my friends, yeah. Make them hands clap if you're gonna take that land back. Make them hands clap if you're gonna take that land back. Make them hands clap if you're gonna give that land back. If you're gonna give that land back. Let me see your hands clap. Thank you. Sorry, these beats are pretty mean to the speakers here. It's called If You Want It. It goes like this. If you want it, you want it, and if you got it, you got it. But don't turn around and cry if you already bought it. There's no receipts or returns or refunds or exchange, and I don't really care if that's strange. Almost no, especially at Thanksgiving. Decolonial resistance born into persistence. Sovereignty's a choice, birthright, tone of voice, solidarity, rejoice. New constitution to hoist, indigenous governance, title and rights to covenants. Ancient food sustenance, DNA coded and trusted since time immemorial. Terraform territorial, sublime editorial. Ignorance puts us like an Oreo. Imperial forces, taxation and tapping sources. Bullets and horses turn into tweets and armed forces. Media, medicine, jettison, poison penitence, poison pros with presence in schools, so forces to residents. More than elements, wisdom from an ancient intelligence, savagery and elegance, dissident with some dissidence. Mind to material, a man's imperial, potlatch your privilege, like here we go. And if you want it, you want it, and if you got it, you got it. But don't turn around and cry if you already bought it. There's no receipts or returns or refunds or exchange, and I don't really care if that's strange. And if you want it, you want it, and if you got it, you got it. But don't turn around and cry if you already bought it. There's no receipts or returns or refunds or exchange, and I don't really care if that's strange. They call me chief of the galaxy, back to reality. Lunar feather gravity, float with me till it's tragedy. 10 little Indians are with them little kids and friends, tearing off the lid and then shatter like obsidian. The savages with passages, no matter what the tactic is. Ravaging these activists, agents aim at that activist. Type when we hit again and turn it like adrenaline. Type press send again, you brought me like some Benelin. Van City veteran and never was a letterman. Prom breaks expected rip, deadly burst accelerate. Deliver it efficiency, with grade A sufficiency. Deliver it efficiently, grade A sufficiency. I dabble in destruction, doubles as an instruction. These rappers is only suction, only an interruption. I'm always up to something, gaming on with this gumption. The baseline just keep on bumping, assassinating assumptions. If you want it, you want it, and if you got it, you got it. But don't turn around and cry if you've already bought it. There's no receipts or returns or refunds or exchange, and I don't really care if that's strange. And if you want it, you want it, and if you got it, you got it. But don't turn around and cry if you already got it. There's no receipts or returns or refunds or exchange, and I don't really care if that's strange. Word up. Thank you. And the crowd goes, wow. It's super early in the morning when we're filming this right now, to break the fourth wall a little bit. But we get down. It's early in the morning, but it's never too early to activate, yeah? It's never too early to be mindful. It's never too early to connect with your ancestors, right? That's right. It's never too early to feel things. It's never too early to give something. It's never too early to just wake up and protect something. Yeah? It's never too early. The first offering is time. It goes like this. It goes, dream of thunder, yeah, no wonder. Fall through the clouds like sunlight going under. Breathe electricity, interconnectivity, shaped like infinity. It's just a little bit of me. The air starts singing, staticky glistening. Clothes start clinging in this panicky listening. Fingers of lightning, sounds a little frightening. Arcing, we tune our hearts though, probably more enlightening than we can see here. Fall to the future, jump to ancestors everywhere. It's sutured, stitched in time, woven like a fabric. Grandmother silk, twisted darkness into magic. It's like you could grab it, some nights you can taste it. River of space, you wish you could embrace it. Everywhere, face it, odds of space, trace it. Connect to creation like all of our relations. Connect to creation while we're raising our vibrations. Like all of our relations, we're moving on and on and on and on. Connect to creation while we raising our vibrations. Like all of our relations, we're moving on. So we dream of auroras dancing before us, mesmerizing. We thought they just ignored us, blankets dancing. Visual chanting, the nights enhancing on us, hearts advancing, ancestral presence, glowing as an essence, effervescence of light and sound deafens. Here through your heartstrings, strummed into symphony, creating harmony, leaving a dance circle symptom-free consistently. Move like a galaxy, viral tonality, spiral reality, time, space, textile, light words weaving, rhyme, space, textile, ignite the earth's healing with my feet grounded, heart flying to the center, being rebounded, dark arms open and enter, ancestors in a realization there is something clearer than all of our relations. Step back to creation while we're raising our vibrations, like all of our relations. We're moving on and on and on and on. Connect to creation while we're raising our vibrations, like all of our relations. We're moving on and say we on again. Here's to the people who have gone into us living long. My friend said we on again. Here's to the people who have gone into us living on. My friend said we on again. Here's to the people who have gone into us living long. My friend said we on again. Here's to the people who have gone into us living on and on. Connect to creation while we're raising our vibration, like all of our relations. We're moving on and on and on and on. Connect to creation while we're raising our vibrations, like all of our relations. We're moving on. Awesome. Thank you. This is a new piece. Doesn't really have a name. It's just a little bit about coming through the fires we've been through in the last couple of years. Like literal and figurative fires. So it's kind of a, I don't want to say vision. It's kind of an image I seen in my head. It goes like this. It goes, 1,000 eagles emerging and converging into winter. Fast forward to peoples merging, power surging as we enter these new world ages, global stages, children homed in cages, filters rages, blows the gauges, soaks the pages, sick of the supremacy and weaponized dependencies, turned into ascendancy with suicidal tendencies. We come from people of medicine, healing water that led us in, from the ancestors that led us in, from the turmoil systems get us in, grandmother's hands again as we stand for the land again, unroll the ancestors' plan and men, disasters that man pretend aren't unbalanced vibrations, with the kinships and relations that precedes the generations, all the way back to creation. We fight to keep this connection and ember-lighted reflection, ancestral, ancient projections in this plight of protection. We bang our drums for the spirits, hoping these humans will hear it, realize we're already near it, pick it up and just steer it. We don't need affirmation, we need a certain sensation, bleed the earth in creation, heed the urgent invasions, while the world stands in waiting, even joins the invasions, bring up to the point they're evading, historical narrative baited. So we speak round the fires and all our sacred attires, we smoke our pipe against liars, design a future that's higher, give thanks to ancestors, protect our keepers and blessers, acknowledge versus aggressors, extractivism and professors. There's a spark in the shell and it's got something to tell, wisdoms that never fail, systems within these shells. You are resilience, uncover it, healed in brilliance, to find success just not in millions but knowledge by the trillions. We're star-born and genetic, far more than pathetic. They write it from their synthetic narrative so you forget it. Power before colonial, lulling you to millennial, rewriting the formula, power here as perennial. We carry a tinder bundle, over the rocks we fumble, knowledge from words grumbled, thunders from birds that rumbled. These fires pass from sacred, days where they can't take it, burned since we were naked, encoded and you can't fake it. I see it glowing inside of you, standing and surrounding you, the dark and the light of you. There is no grounding you. You are worth all of their struggle, and their struggle is worth our recognition. Through all of the bustle, we elevate our position, and that's fire. Thank you.
All right, Two Rivers Remix. I want to introduce some very special guests. This is the Butterflies in Spirit, and they are family members of missing and murdered Indigenous women. We are wanting to honor the lives of missing and murdered Indigenous women, and also the lives of our residential school children who have been found. At this time, we're going to be doing an honor song by Ranai Morso, and then after, we are going to be doing a song that I composed and my cousin Chief Rock, Sino General, composed called Sisters, and it was choreographed by Madeline McCallum. So without further ado, please give it up for Butterflies in Spirit.
Why highway I, highway I, highway I, oh. Why highway I, highway I, highway I, oh.
Despite railway blockades, prominent and public calls for justice and demands for further investigation, efforts to force a public inquiry have stalled. Either way, an inquiry might not answer why as many as 1,000 Indigenous women have gone missing.
There's a crisis of missing and murdered Indigenous women in this country that has become a national tragedy.
The scale of the crisis has been clear for years. Hundreds of Indigenous women murdered or missing in Canada. A haunting national disgrace with no solution in sight.
I'm looking for my sister. Where did she go? Where did she go? Why? I'm looking for my sister. Where did she go? Where did she go? Why? I wanna walk the highways. I wanna walk the alleys in the streets. I wanna walk the whole damn world. I wanna walk the highway. I wanna walk the alleys in the streets. I wanna walk the whole damn world. I'm looking for my sister. Where did she go? Where did she go? Why?
Missing and murdered Indigenous women in this country that has become a national tragedy.
Oh, how I miss you so much. I still can't believe that you're gone. Feeling like a huge piece of me's been torn and ripped from me, from my chest. I can't breathe when I think about it. I miss your smile, miss your laugh. I miss our trips on that powwow trail. And now all I feel is that trail of tears, that trail of fears for what could have gone wrong, and hoping that you're safe. I wanna go door to door. My eyes are so sore for all the tears I drop. My heart drops, and every time I think about you and where you could be, this is for the weight that I carry on my chest, for the mothers and the families who get no rest. And this is for the loved ones in the family. We want you close, we wanna hold you close, we want you back the most. And this is for my sisters who were stolen in the night, for the ones who were hustling and fighting for their life. It cuts to the soul, but it has me wondering, oh, where does she go? Oh, where does she go?
I'm looking for my sister. Where did she go? Where did she go? Why? I'm looking for my sister. Where did she go? Where did she go? Why? I wanna walk the highways. I wanna walk the alleys in the streets. I wanna walk the whole damn world. I wanna walk the highway. I wanna walk the alleys in the streets. I wanna walk the whole damn world. I'm looking for my sister. Where did she go? Where did she go? Why? Why no sense of urgency? Why no state emergency? Should have been called when it was 2 or 3. 100 to 1,000, yeah, you feel me? Government criminalize Indigenous men and blame them, and then say it's not high on our radar. How far will you let it slide? Just another form of genocide. That's right, I'm calling you out. I know what this is all about. You want the land, so now we stand up, fist up. Warrior song makes us strong. We say no more. We say no more. No more stolen sisters. No more stolen sisters. I'm looking for my sister. Where did she go? Where did she go? Why? I'm looking for my sister. Where did she go? Where did she go? Why? I wanna walk the highways. I wanna walk the alleys in the streets. I wanna walk the whole damn world. I wanna walk the highway. I wanna walk the alleys in the streets. I wanna walk the whole damn world. I'm looking for my sister. Where did she go? Where did she go? Why? I'm looking for my sister. Where did she go? Where did she go? Why? I'm looking for my sister. Where did she go? Where did she go? Why?
Railway blockades, prominent and public calls for justice and demands for further investigation. Efforts to force a public inquiry have stalled. Either way, an inquiry might not answer why as many as 1,000.
There's a crisis of missing and murder of Indigenous women in this country that has become a national tragedy.
I'm looking for my sister. So at this time, we want to sing a song that was gifted to our community from the Lillooet Nation. The song was composed by Martina Pierre, and the song is called The Women's Warrior Song.
Hey
I really?
Well, close to cattle train, then the train. Some couldn't speak English, but we all feel the pain. I see this person, he's dressed in black. My daddy said that he would be right back. You took me away from all I knew, then you tried to make me less than you. Assimilation was your goal. Yeah, but I got an Indian soul.
As I spin with the wind through the sands of time I find. As I climb through the ground I'm blind. I'm not a saint of a demon, but I bet just fine. Is it greed, is it dance, is it sins and lies? Some cry when not knowing how to react. What can you say to people that fell in the tracks? The ones that got lost, the ones that dwell in the tracks, the ones that never came back, the ones that dumped in the crack. To a dark place, to a hole they fell, to a place known as hell, most known as well. With time you'll see, it's time to the dawn till I fall, y'all. I stand tall, I give my all on these tracks. Time to collapse, I'll bring them back, I'll send them back. Is it the cash that y'all thinking that I ain't real and y'all ain't fake? Well, y'all just kill and y'all just drink.
I learned to steal, surviving 6 years old. I learned every damn prayer there was by 7. I see them had a creator, but we didn't have a God. And if you don't have a God, then you can't go to heaven. You took me away from all I knew, and you tried to make me less than you. Assimilation was your goal.
I've been away, debating my pen, hesitating the man, creating the class, mistaking my past for nothing, leading to something, vibing away, conniving through hate, drunken, how I be paid, I chase, erase, how the place I face, waste, and mistakes, cut my life on the plate, but hey, what the hell could I say? So in the book of the pain, I hit a dunk of the drinks, take it, pan singing, look at the break, thinking, plus my drinking had me up in the state, where I couldn't understand the plans of most others in the gutter, sitting I wondered about my brothers. Life in the blood that got dumber doing dumb shit. For years I sat under high class, walking around in midsummer. This is for the families and those that don't suffer.
We're not like coyote. Yeah, we live. Being kicked around by those damn priests didn't teach us how to give. We had to steal and fight for everything we had. It wasn't until I was older I learned good from bad. You took me away from all I knew, and you tried to make me less than you. Assimilation was your goal. Oh, but I got an Indian soul. 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 Cooks jam, cooks jam.
aka The Voice. We are the Malaman Collective. Yeah, let me give you a song, let me sing you a song, let me give you a song, let me give you a song. From dusk to dawn, till the early morn, till the battle is gone, till the battle is gone. Hitting on the road, I wanna bring you along, I wanna show you the world like it's never been shown. I heard your heart was broke, so I'ma give you my own. If you take me home, please take me home. Let me give you a song, let me give you a song. Let me sing you a song. Let me sing you a song. From dusk to dawn to the early morn, till the battle is gone, till the battle is gone. Hitting on the road, I wanna bring you along. I wanna show you the world like it's never been shown. I heard your heart was broke, so I'ma give you my own. If you take me home, please take me home.
Always shifting, moving, changing, always thoughtful, rearranging, always far, but somehow near. Suspended, cloudy, but still clear. Pausing place, exchanging glances, evading our last possible chances. We bring peace to what was whole, being mind, body, soul. Always shifting, moving, changing, always thoughtful, rearranging, always far, but somehow near. Suspended, cloudy, but still clear. Pausing place, exchanging glances, evading our last possible chances. We bring peace to what was whole, being mind, body, soul.
Let me give you a song, let me give you a song. Let me sing you a song, let me sing you a song. From dusk to dawn, to the early morn, till the battle is gone, till the battle is gone. Hitting on the road, I wanna bring you along. I wanna show you the world like it's never been shown. I heard your heart was broke, so I'ma give you my own. If you take me home, please take me home. Let me give you a song, let me give you a song. Let me sing you a song, let me sing you a song. From dusk to dawn, to the early morn, till the battle is gone, till the battle is gone. Hitting on the road, I wanna bring you along. I wanna show you the world like it's never been shown. I heard your heart was broke, so I'ma give you my own. If you take me home, please take me home. You can sing a rap, I ain't gonna judge you, but you're pretty enough that I can hug you. Tuck you to the dance floor, an hour later she's still dancing and she wants more, but a pretty soul. And my dance skills are pretty poor, but baby you make me wanna dance more. I hit the flow, getting closer to the door as the ocean gets closer to the shore. Yeah, the first time you get me, felt like a drug, and the same thing happens when you give me a hug. One look at your girl, I swear you're sent from above. You don't gotta ask, cause you know I'm in love, but I'm stuck in the back and you're in the front. I'm trying to stay high, so I'm always smoking a blunt and getting straight to the point. And if I don't got a blunt, then I'm smoking a joint. I'm so red, but you know I enjoy it. Just serve me a beat and I'm proud. Let me give you a song, let me give you a song. Let me sing you a song, let me sing you a song. From dusk to dawn, to the early morn, till the battle is gone, till the battle is gone. Hitting on the road, I wanna bring you along. I wanna show you the world like it's never been shown. I heard your heart was broke, so I'ma give you my own. If you take me home, please take me home. Let me give you a song, let me give you a song. Let me sing you a song, let me sing you a song. From dusk to dawn, to the early morn, till the battle is gone, till the battle is gone. Hitting on the road, I wanna bring you along. I wanna show you the world like it's never been shown. I heard your heart was broke, so I'ma give you my own. If you take me home, please take me home. Now.
Ride to work before the sunrise. I'm thinking about that look in your eyes. Feels like I'm riding the wrong way. I hit the throttle cause it's bills to pay. Flesh and bone, steel on stone. I battle mountains far from home. Far from you and your sweet love. Well, rain or snow, high winds blow. Up some cliff, the roping bar I go. Yeah, and I work away days late. But I'm gonna make it safe. I gotta make it tight before I can get home to you tonight. Riding back to you and your sweet love.
Let me give you a song, let me give you a song. Let me sing you a song, let me sing you a song. From dusk to dawn, to the early morn, till the battle is gone, till the battle is gone. Hitting on the road, I wanna bring you along. I wanna show you the world like it's never been shown. I heard your heart was broke, so I'ma give you my own. If you take me home, please take me home. Let me give you a song, let me give you a song. Let me sing you a song, let me sing you a song. From dusk to dawn, to the early morn, till the battle is gone, till the battle is gone. Hitting on the road, I wanna bring you along. I wanna show you the world like it's never been shown. I heard your heart was broke, so I'ma give you my own. If you take me home, please take me home. Yeah.
Woohoo! So I just wanted to acknowledge the beautiful artwork behind us here.
I agree.
This is the artwork of Chris Kuistap, who is from Bella Bella. He's Helsik, and his father is Ben Hosty, who was his mentor. Chris passed away last September, and his father offered us the beautiful honor of presenting his artwork during our show, and I just want to acknowledge him and his family and his father as an artist, and very thankful for these artists in our lives and in our communities and nations. So prayers up for Chris Kuistap.
Sure.
always has and never was. It'll just keep going like it always has and never was. But I think I've seen enough. So when you think you've had enough of the time in the moment, just remember time's nothing anyway. It'll just keep going like it always has and never was. It'll just keep going like it always has and never was. But I think I've seen enough. I see your glow, your passing time. You're an ember now, you're an ember now. I see your glow, your passing time. You're an ember now, you're an ember now.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming from my pants. I was running for the hills, unreal, the waves buzzing. Chilling out with drug heads, pursuing what I wasn't. Doing what I can, the plan was get hundreds. Face my biggest fears when losing my peers. Over the years, I struggled with tears cause of the beers. Trying to avoid all the thoughts that I got me out. Being what I'm now, often I'm lost, getting pissed off, but I'm moving on. Yeah, I'm moving on now. Stuck in a cycle, all the bitch they know of it. So it's time I walk away from all the hatred and the judgment. Learning to appreciate life and how to love it. Cause when you're grown up, after all the bullshit in your stomach, you realize something while switching through plots. I've been thinking about my past and all the friends that I lost. All the times I didn't take, all the risk I didn't make. But on the flip side, every regret's got its place right. So I'll be moving on now.
Thought I had some homies and I just got some people. I said, show me the equation, please show me how it's equal. I will never ask no questions unless I'm feeling curious. I feel I'm for survive, I'm more defined, I'm furious. Depression overcomes a license to get humor. It's got trapped in the picture, I can't get out of this. It's what I thought when I got obsessed with the power trip, got out of it. Now all those who doubted are just powerless. And I keep moving on now. Honestly, I'm pretty proud of myself. It's like I got a trophy and put it on the shelf. I pulled the trigger but didn't pull it to kill myself. I pulled it to kill the man that craves wealth, yeah. They say you only got one shot in this life. Well, I'm feeling forgotten because I shot the gun twice. I'm messing up left and right, yeah, I'm losing my sight. But I got 20/20, so I'm feeling alright. And I keep moving on now.
I see your glow, your passing time. You're an ember now. You're an ember now. I see your glow, your passing time. You're an ember now. You're an ember now. Ignorant bliss, it's a bullet, and it delivers poverty's kiss. Or it's a prison where one gets thrown with no light to guide the way. Darkness is on. It feeds on prejudice. It thrives on war. Children die, the rich get more. But knowledge is light, oh, and it shines from the people. Cause knowledge is freedom, bright and real. Bright and real, cause freedom isn't given, no, it's learned. Freedom found is freedom earned. Shackles of poverty, they will be broken when eyes that are closed are open. Maybe then we can move on. I see your glow, your passing time. You're an ember now. You're an ember now. I see your glow, your passing time. You're an ember now. You're an ember now. I see your glow. I see your glow. Your passing time. Your passing time. You're an ember now. You're an ember now. You're an ember now. You're an ember now. I see your glow. I see your glow. Your passing time. Your passing time. You're an ember now. You're an ember now. You're an ember now. I see your glow. Your passing time. You're an ember now. You're an ember now. I see your glow. Your passing time. You're an ember now. You're an ember now.
Yeah. Feel light on my feet, feel light on this beat. The big rhyme that we speak, this get tight for the state. Push rewind and repeat. Watch my mind as it leaks, trying to pry, I'ma preach. Got my eyes on drinks, hope you don't mind if I reach. Give me time to just breathe. Pour a shot in the creek. Understand life is complete, I be slide when I creep. See me riding with peeps, doing up downs in the Jeep, trying to find me a piece. Then the time in the streets, where they hide for police on the ground of the heat. Yes, it's a crime, it ain't free, cause I'll probably die in these streets. My thumb and collective, we driving it deep. Ride off each other, we're riding the beat like, all I know is the music keeps guiding the way. Through the sun, through the rain, washing my worries away. Some might think that it's strange, some think it's hard to explain. I can't change, it's too late, I'm okay.
I see through you, you see right through me. We grow into this strong rooted tree. Communicate without making a sound. Leaves through branches while we sway around. We are being wild, doing. We learn to love without taking too much. Hanging out with what seems like myself. Time is there when we're not someone else. We make the right things work real hard. No fear about who we are. Sit together for a century. Still alright with it all, even if we fall.
I've been thinking a lot and it's driving me crazy. I'm asking these questions like, what are you saying? I'm asking these questions like every day, and I don't really know, but I'm getting impatient. I'm tired of waiting, despising my eyes is blatant. Disregarded the fact that it's a violation. I'm coming up, yeah, this year. Just wanted to make sure that it was clear. I've accepted now that my time is here. I've been working hard, see my sweat and tears. Overcome the hate, overcome the fears. Cut off the weight, now my mind is so clear. Answer the questions and they disappear. But that was the best thing that happens in years.
Like a train rolling down the track, we roll through life, clickety clack. And always forward, there's no turning back. Cause it's a one-way trip, man, that's a fact. People get off and people get on. That whistle blows and then we're gone. Heading for the end of the line. We're just travelers through space and time.
We make your right things work real hard. No fear about who we are. Sit together for a century. Still alright with it all, even if we fall.
All I know is the music keeps
Even if
guiding
we
the
fall.
way. Through the sun, through the rain, washing
Even
my
if we
worries
fall.
away. Some might say that it's strange, some think
Even
it's
if
hard to
we
explain.
fall.
I can't change, it's too late, I'm okay.
We got it. Okay, so now we're doing Sail Me Away.
I got one. Thanks.
We're gonna try a song next. It's a brand new one. It's not on any of the albums yet, but it'll be on our next album.
Let's just do it.
Down by the docks, the moonlight slides across the water, turns in my life. Remember those times I faltered. Solitude in the city, found late in the night. Thoughts have no
watching the sunrise with hopes that I feel something. Living on the edge and now I'm not bluffing. Shuffling, hustling for a living. Exchanging time for a dollar and I ain't kidding. I don't know what it is, but I know what it isn't. I know enough to know that life is a given. Done had it rough, so I'm lost with my visions. In the world where all my freedoms are forbidden. Loving the thighs, truth I despise. Looking in my mind, wondering what I'll find. Arms open wide, trying to let y'all inside. Feel my soul, feel my heart, feel my vibe. Let me in, let me out, let me go. And tell me quick if I'm getting out of control. Calm my spirit and let it be known that I am free and I finally feel home.
I've been thinking in my head, getting lost, kicking rocks in the spot that I'm not, but the block is so hot. This a place, the innocent people are getting shot. This a place where little kids be slinging rocks. This a place where my people get picked apart in a pot. Brown face, but half white under my socks. Hit the bass now, shut both your eyes and get lost. We ain't fake now, I got the prize in this cost. I just take now until I'ma die and take off. I just take now until I'ma die and take off. Like, don't ask me questions. Don't tell me no lies. Don't tell me no lies. If you ask a question, look me in the eye. Look me in the eye.
Sail me away. Sail me away. Sail me away. Sail me away. Carefully, I listen to the sound beyond the water, the creak of the tree pulls me away from my reverie. Learn to discern footsteps from a drop of water. Start to understand what your mind can do to you. Sail me away. Sail me away. Sail me away. Sail me away.
Jam.
Quick jam.
Welcome to the virtual feast here at the Stein. I'm your host, Ronnie Dean Harris, aka Oz12, coming to you live from the heart of the Inklicapamuk territory here in Lytton, BC. How y'all feeling out there?
Clap your hands to this one too. If you want, alright. I'm out of the gate and I'm feeling it out. I'm out of the gate and I'm making this sound. I'm out of the gate. I'm out of the gate.
Happy to have you here. We have a stellar, awesome, amazing lineup of Indigenous artists and musicians here to nourish your needs for music here.
Don't you
Haitsapka, Aichka, Aichkwalwan to you all for joining us here at the virtual feast. So please take care of yourselves, like, share, comment, and all those things. Oma, Asiam, thank you.
We have a little bit of time that I was hoping that to have my dear sister and friend and just amazing activist, artist, mentor, like, you know, one of my closest sisters in life, Sabina Dennis. I'd like to invite her to just do a bit of an update on the work that she's been doing right before our panel. Sabina is coming to us from Nadle Wutan in Dekal territory at her beautiful home, which I miss, and I want to be on your deck right now dancing with you. Ah! Take it away if you could unmute yourself, Sabina.
Okay, is that good? Could you hear me? Unmute myself. Hari Sunto, everyone. Sabina Dennis Hutney. Laxilyu Dasto. Nadleh Bankat Hasya. I'm from the Caribou clan, the Dakal people. I reside here on the edges, the waters of Tseyaz Bankat, Nadleh Bankat, in Nadle Watene territory. Tomorrow I'm heading back up to the Yinta. The Wet'suwet'en have put a call out for boots on the ground. I've responded to their call once again. For the third year in a row, they are being invaded by the RCMP and corporate Canada. The urgency and the need of our sacred waters is so deep and so profound that we all hear the cry, we all feel the call. We all worry about our animals. We all worry about what they drink. Where are they drinking their clean water from while ours is all chlorinized and bleached to get out of the infections of the water that could hurt us? What protects our animals? Who protects our animals? This land is Indine Lu. Bayananto. Indine Lu. Our mother, this land, it is. We must take good care of her as she has taken beautiful care of us. It's time. It is time. There are people there. Molly Wickham is on the ground. Molly Wickham Slado. Chief Was, the head of the Gidimden clan, has put a call out and is welcoming people to come upon his territories and witness, to bear witness to what may happen, the destruction or the perseverance and preservation of those beautiful waters. And that will be what happens. CGL will not go through. They must be stopped. And no amount of $40 billion pockets can put that kind of pressure on the earth, as we need this lifeblood flows to continue to cleanse and nourish into the future. Right now, Molly Wickham is up at camp digging in. They are building barricades. They are getting ready for the forces that be to come in and assault them upon their own Indigenous lands, their sovereign lands, their unceded, unsurrendered territories of the Wet'suwet'en Nation. I am of Nadot'en ancestry and Tlazt'en ancestry. The Nadot'en people are bordering the Wet'suwet'en. We share boundaries and borders, and we also share that sacred responsibility to protect those lands and waters in which we inhabit, in which is our sustenance and life force and our inherent right for our future generations' cultural practices, as well as their heritage, their blood is in the land. It's one. And we are once again being oppressed by corporate colonial Canada. And I worry for all people. It is not just Indigenous people that we are thinking of here. This is all life. All the beautiful children, all of their smiles we're protecting. All of their loving relationships we are protecting. And how important it is that they are able to maintain a connection to nature, to have that biodiverse ecosystem of all animals that is at threat right now. Our moose population is down so desperately. Our salmon, we haven't fished for years within our water systems of the Fraser River, and that's why we fish in the Wet'suwet'en territory, Morristown. All over central BC, we have to go to the other waterways up to the Wet'suwet'en territory and Gitxsan territory to trade for our sustenance, as our runs are so depleted due to overfishing by corporate Canada. We must do this work and join the people who are doing this work, as it has been 10 years for Frida, 11 years for Frida up at Unceded. 2020, they raided her, arrested her upon her beautiful territory of a healing center. That was devastating to watch her being arrested while in ceremony with her sisters, her niece, aunties. And what we consider to be taboo is anything that is wasteful and destructive, mindless, corrupt. It is all taboo. It brings forth negative energy towards us. And we know it is time to teach all our ways, the ways that have protected and preserved this beautiful integrity of this sacred Mother Earth for so long, that we are a part of, that our DNA knows, each and every one of us. And I welcome all people, all nations, all creeds, all people who have that call to come and support any front line that they are near, as it is effective. And we will stop them as it is necessary, as it is our duty, and as we have no fear. Our fears are already past. We fear for our future generations. That overrides any other fear that the RCMP or militarized police forces can do to us. And last year, as we witnessed sniper rifles pointed on my beautiful Gitxsan nephew, adopted nephew, I call them my nephews and nieces because they are youth. They're youth that are putting their bodies on the lines, facing sniper rifles. And I know this. I know what it feels like to be on a front line months on end. We were in ceremony of protecting that sacred place. And it was an honor, as every moment that those lands were free, we were free. And it was a beautiful, sacred ceremony of life for all animals out there. It wasn't just us that felt the freedom. The animals came and spoke to us. The trees whispered of their freedom. I don't want to carry on too much longer other than to let you all know, thank you so much for the organizers of doing this sacred work. Our music is a part of our spirit, and that is what we share. It's healing. It's healing for all nations. And we gift this as musicians. We gift this. We bear ourselves raw, naked to the world, exposed. And it's an honor to be here with such beautiful, wonderful people. I've heard all your music, and it's all speaks of integrity, of strength, of perseverance, of love for our beautiful mother. And it's consecutive across the board with Indigenous performers. And I'm really grateful that the organizers have put this together. Thank you so much to all of you there. I appreciate you so dearly. I hold my hands up to you. And the gifts and the recognition is of that of the spirit realm. The mountains support your work. the echoes of music and love and light for all the generations of our musical heritage resonates through those mountains and recognizes your work. So not only am I just stating this fact, but it is supported by the greater as it is needed. And we need to go deep, share those messages, especially as musicians, artists, people with any influence or platform. And Casey, thank you to our youth here. I see Kiva Morgan Hall. He holds a big strength for the Secwepemc Nation and for his beautiful ancestors who I've been so lucky to meet. And Mika, you've done such beautiful work. And all of the Two Rivers remix and all the musicians that have done this work from, I don't know, they probably started, maybe they've always been musical, maybe they've always known to share those messages, even though it's hard. A lot of us, we don't do it for any kind of fame. In fact, it can be almost embarrassing standing up there and sharing music. Like for me, I have weird music and a lot of people probably might think it kind of sucks even, and some people like get a real good feeling about it, you know? So it can be hard as a musician, and I want to give props to all the musicians for having the strength to get up there and shed those insecurities that have been forced upon us by colonization. And that is the strength of each and every musician out there. And I've been deeply moved by all of your words. So Masicho and Awetza, Suranaunle, take beautiful care. In case everything good for you. Nina Chalia.
Cooksjacham, thank you so much for your beautiful words and your update. I think, Kinoa, I'm going to pass it over to you.
Sabina, those were some very powerful words. I'm so grateful that you kind of kicked it off this afternoon. The visioning for day one was to focus on stories, the unceded truth. And so I'm really excited about this next panel of knowledge keepers. It's called Bearing Witness. And so we have a number of panelists who are joining us this afternoon. So we have about 2 hours, but we might have, how many? Do we have 8 people potentially joining the panel? So I just want to introduce, I'll just call everybody's name and so we can all appear on screen. So Leela Gilday is joining us. Mika, you're up again. Madeline McCallum, and then potentially Lorelei if she's here. From Butterflies in Spirit, we have Curtis Clearsky, Marcel Gagnon, Lacey Hill, and Ronnie Dean Harris.
Awesome. Oh, so good to see everyone. Wonderful. Can I give a short intro before we start, Kenwa?
Yeah.
Okay. So honored to just gather this group of incredible artists together that I either know personally or have been able to have the honor to present at our event. When we first started to develop the idea of having the conference, that's the first thing we did is we changed it to Confluence because we didn't like the way that conference sounded, and we didn't want it to be a conference. We wanted it to be a confluence, a gathering of all streams of activators and ideas and experiences, and bringing it into one concentrated area so that it can travel to where it needs to go to be a part of the bigger picture. And so when we came up with the different themes of stories, language, land, of course, we realized they're all interconnected. You can't separate them, but for the purpose of our days, we did. And so we decided to start with stories. Just in relation to stories, to me, I grew up in my grandfather on my mother's side was the hereditary chief of the Tokwat community of the Nuu-chah-nulth Nation for 67 years. And so I grew up with them, and many times spent many days and hours listening, because often we had people at the house, and we were there to, you know, make coffee and serve our guests and mainly listen. And then growing up with my father, who's also was my late father, who was a great orator as well, and who also was able to spend a lot of time with my grandfather. He was also a storyteller and an orator, and so I was able to be a part of just part of two families that came together that were very focused on stories, and it developed my whole body of work in terms of my thesis work, my writings, my music, and it's connected me to so many people. And so I guess what I envisioned for this panel is that if we can all take some time to, and maybe Kinwa, you can add to this. We thought maybe first we would give a very short introduction to ourselves, and like maybe where we're coming from, where we're situated, you know, who something that we want to share about ourselves in terms of a very short introduction. And then we'll go around again and give everyone a chance to have about 10 minutes or so, you know, could be 10 minutes or less, to just speak about stories in their work, what has influenced them. And then hopefully after that, we could exchange some ideas, like if some of the artists want to comment on some of the other artists' work, or something that they said, or something it connected to, please let's go around and kind of move ideas around that way. And then please, participants, if you have any questions anytime, just put them up on the chat. You know, we'll just kind of take it that way and go with the flow of the confluence. So, and I don't have to start the introductions. I think I've pretty much already introduced myself, but I will really quickly. I'm Mika Morgan, Secwepemc Nuu-chah-nulth. I reside in Secwepemc Ulu. I am the artistic director as well of Two Rivers Remix. Very honored to be here amidst these just dream group, really. So Cook's Jam.
Great. I think we're live.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Should I message Lindsay?
I think it's okay. Okay, well, part of what we're going to be doing, as mentioned, is we'd like everybody to quickly introduce themselves on the panel, so a couple of minutes, and then we will do a circle. Sort of, we'll go to each individual, and yes, probably about 10 minutes if you want to reflect on the stories, and then we'll be able to we'll kind of open it up. So we have many participants. We have about 20 participants who are actively here as witnesses to participate and actively engage with our panelists. So if you have questions, make sure you jot them down. We're hoping to leave about half an hour, you know, from 2:30 to about 3 to do some questions. And yeah, that would be great. And so how about we go to Leela, and then we'll put Madeline on after. So if you want to do a quick intro, and then we'll go to that.
Danate, everyone. Masicho, I'm coming to you from Yellowknives Treaty 8 territory here in Denende. Masi, I actually have been on here since the beginning this morning, and it's been wonderful. I just Masi to Mika and everyone involved with Two Rivers Remix. I loved Alita Kinney Star's Keynote, and Masi Nijitzel for doing the graphic recording, and all the performances. Ronnie, it's so always great to see you perform. So I wanted to introduce myself, and I'll do this in my language. So Sezi Lila Gilde Sriti. Et John Sombake se connexion, et John Sombake Tiate. C'est non Cindy Kenny Gilde, Satu Gotine Ke, c'est Ta Bill Gilde, Molanene Tiate. Sine Shinke Egalainta Dolly Parton Nani. So I was introducing myself in my language, and in order to talk to like elders in my language who don't understand, like the last sentence I said was my job is as a singer, like Dolly Parton. I could also say like Buffy St. Marie, or like Lacey Hill. It's a real honor to be here. And I'm looking forward to talking about storytelling through music is what's motivated me to be a songwriter. And I've been a songwriter for, gosh, about 25 years now. And I'm just really honored to be here with these powerhouse other panelists and in this awesome confluence. So, masicho.
Awesome, thank you. So Tanse, hello, my name is Madeline McCallum. I'll introduce myself in my language as well. Tanse Nwahkumaganak, Madeline Inisnakasan, Sakaski Squimtadehgawin, Sakatawak Utse Nia. So I just said, hello, my friends. My name is Madeline. My traditional name is Strong Earth Woman, and I'm originally from Northern Saskatchewan in a Métis settlement called Isla Lacrosse. I currently live on the Secwepemc territory, also known as Kamloops, and I am very, very grateful to be here. Thank you, Mika, for all your support to Rivers Remix, for all of the love and the support that you've given me and helped me to grow as an artist as well through all of the experiences I've had. So I'm really appreciative. And I am here as well. I am what you call a dancer, and I tell stories with dance. And dance has been such a powerful medicine to me. It has helped me through so many traumas and obstacles that have happened in my life, and dance is one of the most important things that has ever been part of my journey. So that's what I'm going to talk about today, and I am actually doing a presentation after the panel, so I will share more in depth, and you'll get to see some of the projects that I've worked on. I will share some videos in there as well. So I'm very, very honored to be a part of this panel as well. Hi, all my relations.
Hello, everybody. My name is Curtis Clear Sky. Oki Tanada Pianin. I'm from the Niitsitapi and Anishinaabe peoples, and I live here on beautiful Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh territory, city of Vancouver. And I just want to say Cook's Jam to Two Rivers Remix for being a solid foundation, being a solid rock for the people, for artists, creating a space for all of us to share our works and to be able to share our voices. And it's a dedicated space, and it just is so appreciated. Just hello to all the fellow panelists, and hello everybody out there, wherever you're tuning in from. And I've had the blessed opportunity to participate, bring my music, my band, Curtis Clear Sky and the Constellations. We're a live band. We play music with elements of hip hop, funk, reggae, ska, blues, and bringing conscious messages. At the same time, just bringing a good energy and a vibe for people to get down to, and just create that unity and give people a good experience, and to also to hear us creating an opportunity for people, not only within our community to recognize the strengths and affirmations of with the messages, but also for other people to kind of hear our perspectives and stories and giving it to them in a funky way through the music. And grateful for the opportunities that Two Rivers has provided for us to be able to do that. Just appreciate today as well. So thank you. Miigwech.
Sweet. I'll go. Hi, everyone. Is it my turn? Yeah, can you hear me?
I think.
All
Yeah,
right, my name is.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. And Marcel, if you're on, you can go right after.
You're
Lisa.
on deck.
Oh, I'm so sorry. It was just quiet there, and I was like, "Is it my turn?" I don't know. I just jumped in. There's too long of a pause, so I was freaking out. Zoom freak out. What's up, everybody? My name is Lacey Hill. I'm from Six Nations, Ontario. I am so grateful and very much new to seeing new faces in like Vancouver area. Like I was out there and met Mika for the first time doing a festival in the summertime, which was amazing. Oh my goodness, it was such a great time. And it was such like I met so many awesome people, and I'm just really, really like heartfelt full, you know, right now, because there's a lot of things that are going on, and I just can't wait to share with you. And I can't wait to hear what you guys are doing and to see your faces. Like, oh my goodness. So yeah, I'm a singer-songwriter. I do lots of things. If I'm passionate about a project, I'll pretty much do anything except for like maybe get naked. Well, I might get naked, I don't know, depending how passionate I am about the project. But yeah, I'm down for Indigenous arts. I think that's where it's at. I think that's where happiness lies for me. So yeah, that's who I am. And yeah, sorry for butting in there.
Marcel, are you with us?
Should we go to Ronnie?
Sure. And I will try to connect with Marcel.
Great.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ronnie Dean Harris, aka Oz12. I've been doing music for, for a while. My involvement with Two Rivers Remix, I've been the MC and the host of the festival for the number of years that it's been in existence. Connected to some of the work I've done in the community of Lytton with Savage Society, and so also have the honor of sitting on the board for the Two Rivers Remix Society. So it's a space that's very close to my heart, and it's always good to see everybody here. This Two Rivers Remix community, or right now, I guess what we're looking at is sort of the table that has been set by our dear friends Mika and of course Gord, the great organizers, people have really kind of, put a lot of work into keeping this going amongst very what we could call a cascade of crisis that has happened as smokiest, most very challenging summer for our people and for the world in general. So I think as artists, a huge part of our job is to translate some of the reality around us into something that people can understand in the frequency of music, in the language of sound, other than the data of news and academia. So, out of the rubble, I think it's here we stand, and I'm glad that we've been brought here to gather, to have conversations, to share, to express, and to work towards understanding together, and just to see each other, because man, we stay isolated because COVID, yeah. So I don't get to see a whole lot of people, and I know that creatively, that's a few of us have been challenged in that way creatively. So I hope that you know, yeah, we'll learn something. So thank you for having me here. Ajka.
I think oh, thank you sorry. I just got a message from Marcel, and I think he was trying to get on the video. Thank you so much, Ronnie.
I see Marcel logging in, so hopefully he'll be able to hear and join shortly. And then we'll be able to come around our full circle with Leela again. So should be on deck. And as soon as I hear Marcel, we'll be able to switch back.
I can see Marcel. Marcel, can you hear us? Oh, here he comes. There we go.
Maybe, I think what we'll do is we'll connect with Leela. We'll throw it to Leela, and then we'll come back to Marcel to see if she's able to do her intro. So Leela, do you have your share?
Yeah. So are we sure we don't want to just wait a minute for Marcel, or is it going to be longer? Is that why? I feel weird going and talking for 10 minutes well, whatever. So I didn't prepare like a huge presentation, but I wanted to share sort of from the heart my journey, because a lot of my journey has been about bearing witness and being a speaker for my people, if I can dare to say that. I'm kind of a self-proclaimed ambassador of the Dene Nation, although it's been really nice to have that role sort of embraced by my community and, by some elders being told that they're proud of what I do. So in terms of where I come from, I mentioned earlier that I was born and raised in Yellowknife, but my family is from the Sahtu. My family was a musical family, is a musical family. So I grew up singing and playing. My dad is a musician, a settler from Southern Ontario. My mom is Sahtu Dene, and she's a great lover of music. So in our household, we had everything from orchestral music and big band and, country music on the radio, choral music, folk music, Bob Dylan, like all of the, like the gamut. And then also we had tea dances and drum dances. So the sounds of Dene music permeated our household. And that's how we grew up, myself and my brother and my sister. Very early on, I wanted to become a musician, although that kind of battled it out between drama and music. Yes, I still am a drama queen, but not professionally. I decided in high school that music was what I wanted to pursue, and I actually went into opera. I had started performing, folk songs and little songs that I had written earlier on. I started performing when I was 8 years old. And when I was about 10, and I share this I do a lot of work with young people. So I do sort of vocal empowerment workshops. I do, work with, I mentor young people who want to go into music or who really just want to work on empowering their own voice, both figuratively and literally. and what I tell them is that there is this quote that I learned when I was 10 years old that has really helped me in my life. And it's, the woods would be very silent if no birds sang except for the best. And it's a totally kind of Eurocentric quote, but it really helped me to understand that everybody's voice in this world is unique. And even if you're not the best voice, that doesn't make yours any less important. And growing up in the North, but still kind of inundated with like white Western pop culture, where the white male voice is centered and everything else is other. That really helped me to believe in my own voice. And when I went to opera school, it helped me as well, because up until that point, I had been a very big fish in a very small pond. And then I walked in and every single voice in every practice room was better than mine. I felt they could sing better. So, just going back to that real strong foundation of being proud of where you're from, I think is what kind of got me through those first initial times in music school, and helped me to center Indigenous voices as well. And this is kind of the turning point, where I mentioned earlier that storytelling has been sort of a catalyst in my life. I loved singing opera. I loved performing classical music. I really loved even contemporary classical composers, and that was kind of the route that I was going down. But I felt in my heart that there was a huge hole creatively in what I was presenting to the world. And that is what motivated me to start writing my own songs and becoming a songwriter, and being someone who's in whose career, the telling of stories, authentic Indigenous, women, Dene, Northern voices are centered and paramount and just as unique and important as everyone else's voice. So, and this is kind of like a, continual act of resistance from the years of colonization and the colonial trauma that we all continue to live with. And I'm a little bit further in my healing journey than I was when I started writing music. But I think it's been a powerful tool for me to continually reaffirm that my voice is important, and by extension, our voices as Indigenous people are important. I think I wanted to relate one story that sort of continues to inspire me, in my imagination, and I think in the mainstream. And that's the story about the Mackenzie Valley Pipeline and the voices of the Dene. So in the early 70s, the Mackenzie Valley, there was a multinational conglomerate that wanted to put a pipeline through the Delta and the Mackenzie Valley, all down the valley. It would impact several different nations, several of our Dene nations, in all the ways that we know that resource extraction impacts us. And because it was Crown land and because there was resistance, the federal government appointed a judge to come and conduct an inquiry. And his name was Thomas Berger, and he traveled to all of the communities up and down the proposed pipeline route, and heard testimonials from Dene about the land and about how they felt about a pipeline going through. And truthfully, the reason that it's so inspiring, and I mean, things have changed in the years following that, the pipeline did eventually go through, but at that time, there were so many people living close to the land that, and the testimonials, if you go back and you watch some of them, they are just impassioned and just so pure, that Dene worldview of being connected with the land, of being not separate, that we were pretty much the first Indigenous group to stop a multinational corporation from putting a pipeline through our territory. So that's one of the stories that looms large in my nation, and also has, I think, inspired many people, many Dene, to really believe in our own strength and believe in the power of our voices. So, and through my, and please let me know if I'm going over time, because I actually didn't make a note of the time when I started speaking. But through my music, I've been telling these stories and trying to open people's eyes to the realities that we live as Dene, the realities we live as Northerners, both positive and negative, and every color in between. I think it's not black and white. I'm a witness. As a musician, I'm a witness, but also I'm very much a part of my community. And I think as, as artists, we sometimes think that we're separate from our community, but we're really integral, just naturally, not by effort or anything. I think artists are an integral part of the community. So in this time, and I'll just wrap things up here with letting you know where I'm at. During this time, I've gone through a lot of personal struggles during COVID in my family. And, it started with the collapse of my career, my touring career, as we all have experienced, but I adjusted to that fairly quickly. There's been some major personal struggles that my family and I have gone through, but what I've taken from this time and what I chose to focus on, and I think this is like a power resilience move on my part, because even though I'm experiencing some resilience burnout, and I know that the people listening to this know what I'm talking about, I've fallen back on the strength of my culture and language to support me. So yeah, I'm not really getting out there very much and like being networking and being a part of my like industry, but I have gone back and become a student of my language. So the last 2 months I've been taking language sessions with my cousin, and which is the reason that I could introduce myself in my language today and say a few things that I needed to say. And the reason that I'm crying is because that's very emotional. Language recollection work comes with a lot of emotions. But it's been so powerful, and I'm really looking forward to, I've written a couple of songs in my language, and the next project that I'm working on is to tell stories starting in my language. So not writing them in English and then translating them, which until now is something that I've done. I've used phrases of my language in my songs. But this next record and this writing process I'm going through is starting with the language. And so this beautiful world opens up through that. This beautiful world of storytelling opens up through singing in the language and speaking the language. I think I've taken up enough time, so Masi Cho for having me, and I look forward to chatting a bit more with everybody else here.
Thank you, Leila. Can you hear me now? Hello, everybody. My name is Marcel Gagnon, and I'm coming to you from my office here at the University of Northern BC. I'm sorry about the technical problems. I'm not very well schooled in that. I'm 71 years old, so this is all new to me. Thank God there's students here today because they came in and rescued me. I'm from Prince George. I'm Hlaidli Tene. I am Dakel, which is carrier. I am the people of Hlaidli Tene, where the two rivers meet, Confluence. So it works well for today's theme. Yeah, I'm one of 20 children to the late Margaret Gagnon. Today there's 5 of us left. My brother just battled through COVID, was on life support for a couple of weeks. Very grateful that he's okay. I'm very grateful for everything that's unfolding for me. Music hasn't been at the forefront of my life here lately. There's other things that have come into my life that I find at the moment are more important. Anyhow, I look forward to sharing a bit more with you in a while. Masicho, and thank you. Thank you, Mika.
Thank you so much. Okay, I'm gonna try not to share everything because I do have a session after this. So I'm just gonna let you know that there's some laughter happening over here, and I was feeling a bit stressed about it, but I remember back when we were in person, when we did everything in conferences and we were together in the same rooms, there would be laughter in the corner of the conference. There would be crying over here. There would be, so I'm just going to embrace this and where I'm at right now and just feel like we're at this in person. So I am a dancer. I talked about that earlier, but first I want to give thanks. I want to give gratitude. I want to first thank my mom. Her name is Camelia, and I want to thank my dad. His name is Tom. And I want to give thanks to them for their resilience and teaching me how strong they are. They didn't have the tools to raise me, and they didn't have the tools to raise any of my siblings. I have 17 siblings, and we were all kind of tossed around, foster care system, all kinds of places. So I have many, many siblings, but I can't imagine what that feels like for them to wake up every day knowing that they didn't do that, and they carry that guilt, or that shame with them. And I just want to thank them for teaching me about being true. They were really in their trauma, throughout their life. And so that's why I dance. This is why I dance. I dance because I want to tell the stories of our traumas. And through that, it's healing, it's medicine. I'm a true believer that dance is medicine. And this is connected to music, because without music, right, we think of those tunes and those melodies and everything that moves us as dancers. I also want to thank my grandparents, my Kukum and Mushum, my Kukum Madeline, who passed when I was 3. The stories about her is that she was a medicine woman, and at 65, she would portage her own canoe, in the bush, and she would bring medicines to people across the lake when they asked for it. I don't think I could portage a canoe. Like, I literally can hardly lift a kayak. And that's another gift, of strength, and reminds me where I come from. And my mushum as well is Pierre Chartier. I never got to know him, but he used to hitchhike when I would be jigging in northern Saskatchewan, or in Saskatchewan. He would hitchhike from northern Saskatchewan to come down to see me jig, even though he didn't know me growing up. He just wanted to see me jig. And that taught me about love and dedication to, being with the people you love and watching them in their celebrations. I also want to give thanks to my Kukum Mary and my Mushum Mabel, and they had a very tough life. And that Kukum was very mean to me, and I thought she hated me. And it wasn't until recently that I realized that she went to residential school and they beat her so much that she carried this hatred for herself, and that projected onto the kids, the grandkids that she saw that were too free. She didn't want grandchildren who were too free because it reminded her of that she couldn't be free as a child. So I am very grateful for that freedom to be who I am. And I'm very grateful to all of them for paving this path and teaching me so much through the hard times as well. So as a little girl, I was a dancer. I was always jigging in our community. I was forced to jig. Sometimes I didn't want to jig. I was like, I just want to play with my friends on the monkey bars, leave me alone. But when the elders like, "Astamutasimak," they'd say, "Come here right now." And I was like, oh, I gotta go. The elders need me. And they would make me jig. And what I didn't know is they were gifting me. They were gifting me dance. A long time ago, when they would watch you and they'd say, that one's going to hunt, That one's going to gather. That one's going to do this and this. That one's going to be the artist. They knew right from when I was little, without even telling me, you're going to do this. You're going to be this person in our family. They just called me and I listened. And because of that, dance has been the tool and the medicine that has helped me throughout my entire life. And in my session coming up, I'm going to share how it has helped me, all of the hard things that I've gone through in my life, what it has done for me. But I want to talk about, the connection to other artists, about building relationships. When I go to a conference, there's always the singers, the dancers, the poets, like the hip hop, and all these different, but when we go there, we are all one and we are all together. This is the greatest gift because that is where my family is. And I miss my family so much. And we, Leela talked about this COVID time, it's like it broke this family that I created, my chosen family, because I didn't have my family throughout my life, my blood family. I had this chosen family that in Vancouver, I would see them all the time. Every conference, every festival, we would just run into each other and be like, hi, and hug, like we never missed a day. And during this time, it was broken. It was like ripped apart. We haven't seen each other. And I miss that. I miss that so much. So gathering in these spaces, I'm in so much gratitude for this. I'm in so much gratitude because I get to see you even when you're at your home, right? I get to see you where you're at and we get to see each other on the screen. And that brings me to the topic of energy. With energy, everything is about energy. The trees are energy. The water is energy. When we wash our face, it's cleansing, that energy. And when I dance, what I do is I create this energy with my body, just like when you sing, you create this energy with your voice that reaches people and touches them. With dance, this is what I love to do. I love to pray before I go on stage, and I elevate myself to this place that, when a top spins and it just finds this perfect balance and it's just spinning, it's like I go like this when I dance. And it just feels like if you could see it, it would just be going like this over and over and over. And it would be like giving you energy, taking, giving, receiving, gifting, allowing. So for me, dance is, and I didn't know this throughout my life. I didn't know that this is what it was for me. I didn't know that this was such a huge prayer for me. So my workshop that I'm going to be doing is called Kaki Simowin, which means prayer. But it also directly translates the perpetual dance with the universe. So the breakdown of prayer in our language is the perpetual dance with the universe. And this is what I do. Through everything that I've been through in my entire life, it's about having that perpetual dance. The next obstacle we run into, we're having a dance, we're having a relationship with it, a give and take, a reciprocity. And then the next thing we go on to, it's about that. So even when I'm walking in this normal world, just walking around, I still see my relationships as dances. I'm dancing with you today. I'm having a dance with you today. It might be a low frequency dance right now, but we're going to have an elevated dance another time. So this is what dance means to me. And I'm so grateful to always be a part of this because there's so many musicians here. And when I hear you talk, like Leela, I can hear her music. I can feel her music. I remember it, it's that body memory as a dancer, how her music moved me. Even Ronnie, like I remember Ronnie's voice. I feel it. It's like stayed with me. It's stamped. And as a dancer, I'm like, yeah, that's how I moved, right? Like that's how I moved to their music. And as a dancer, it's that relationship. That's why I really love being a part of musical, conferences or gatherings, because it's like, we are not separate. We are not separate. European language teaches us that we're separate from each other. You're a dancer, you're a singer, you go over there. No, in our language, we are related. That's the term, all my relations. It's not all my blood relations. It's all my relations to everything and everybody that is in my life and on my journey, right? So when I go these places, it's like this direct connection. And I'm like, oh, I feel you, I feel you, I feel you. And then as an empath, right, you're carrying this with you and you're like, oh, there's too much going on. I need to like move. And I always think of a Tribe Called Red when they would come to Vancouver. Yeah, exactly. I can't help but dance when they come to Vancouver, and right away, everybody's just giving her, you know, bow, 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 you know, jumping around, and you start to jump together and that whole room bounces. That whole room is one. You're dancing separately, but you are dancing all together as one. So I've learned so much through dance, and it's so important to me because we danced in ceremonies. All of our ceremonies have a dance. Every single ceremony has a dance, and it has taught us that what we're trying to do is we're trying to elevate ourselves to get to that meditation state. So that's where we get our answers and our prayers, and we receive our songs and all of that. And when I dance on stage, it's no different. It's still my ceremony. I will share a film about that in my next workshop. So I don't want to take up a lot of time. So I'm very grateful for you allowing me to share this little bit without giving away everything I'm going to share in my next workshop. And thank you for allowing me this space. I'm very grateful. Hi, all my relations.
Hello, everybody. Do I just go right into it? Sorry, I'm late. I just want to ask people for some prayers. My elder Lillian is in the hospital. Somebody offered me a ceremony, and I had to go, right? So that's why I'm late, and I just want to apologize for that. But yeah, I'm here. And yeah, I'm here to talk about what Mika sent me, and from what I got is to speak about my experience learning language and creating music, art, and teaching is what I got. So, you know, learning, first of all, I want to acknowledge the territories that I'm on, Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. This is where I'm calling in from. And yeah, my name is Lorelei Williams. I am from Shakti Nations on my mom's side and Sta'elis on my dad's side. Sta'elis is also known as Chehalis, which is up past the Agassiz area. And actually recently I learned that I was related to Ronnie, and I had no idea all these years. I think I learned about it 3 years ago, just before COVID. But yeah, I guess my experience learning my language, it's not a great one. You know, I don't know that much of my own language. I actually grew up ashamed of being Indigenous. I grew up ashamed of my culture. I grew up ashamed of everything because, you know, my mom went to residential school and she tried to numb that pain through drinking. So I grew up in an alcoholic home, and anything that I learned from my culture, any language that I learned was through my mom drinking and dancing around, doing our dances from our culture while she was drunk, or speaking our language while she was drunk. So I became really ashamed of it growing up as a teenager. But it wasn't until I actually started my dance group, Butterflies in Spirit, that I started to get introduced to it. Butterflies in Spirit is a dance group that I started to get my missing auntie, Belinda Williams' picture out there somehow, because it was never out there. She went missing in 1978, and she was technically not even listed as missing until 2004, even though my family tried to report her missing so many times. And it wasn't until a friend reported her missing that they finally took her case seriously. But my cousin also went missing in 1996. I was in high school. I was at Britannia, actually. I was 16 years old when she went missing. And her DNA was later found on Robert Picton's farm. But, you know, even during that time, my family tried to report my aunt missing, and still nothing. because my aunt wasn't deemed a sex worker or drug addict, they didn't take her case seriously during that time. And yeah, so back in 2012, I started a dance group. Actually, the idea came to me October 4th, 2011, when I was at a rally for MMIWG. And this idea came to me of having my loved ones' pictures on my t-shirts to raise awareness of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. But for some reason, I thought of dance, not being a dancer at all. I just knew I needed to gain attention to the pictures, to their faces, to their shirts, because, you know, in the media, it was always Robert Pickton's face that was being blasted all over. It was never our people's faces. It was never my cousin's face. It was never my aunt's face. My aunt's picture wasn't even out there. So yeah, in that moment, I thought of dance, and then we started practicing, and with the community, we blocked off the busy streets of Granville and Georgia during the Wally Opal inquiry, and we did our performance. And it wasn't just a regular performance, like we were dancing hip hop. At the time, we actually sent a message. You know, the family, like what I didn't realize as well starting this dance group was that other family members of MMIWG would want to join my dance group and represent their missing and murdered loved ones. So we became a dance group of family members of MMIWG representing our missing and murdered loved ones and raising awareness of this issue. And yeah, so we did our performance, and there's one part of the performance where we laid down under the sheet to show that this is a huge issue in Canada. And that was supposed to be a one-time thing, but we're still here doing our dances. We've performed in all over Canada, down in the States, Colombia, and Mexico. We've been to Mexico twice, and we're going again. But it was through Butterflies in Spirit. Actually, it was Maddie. When Maddie became one of our choreographers for our performance with Sisters, which is a song by JB, the First Lady, and Chief Rock, it was Maddie that told us, or she said that a part of the dance is going to be traditional, and you have to learn, or you should learn your traditional dance. And that was the first time I was exposed to it. I had to find somebody, and thankfully my Auntie Carrie was around, and she was able to teach me. So, and that was the same for the other butterflies as well. Quite a few of us didn't know our traditional dances, so they had to do their research as well. And yeah, and now we're even working on a project where we're trying to incorporate our language, our different languages, because a lot of the butterflies, they're Indigenous from across Canada, you know, so there's all our different cultures, and you could see that in our performance as well. And so, yeah, it was Butterflies in Spirit, it was Maddie, Sierra, our other choreographer, that really exposed me to my culture. And yeah, I don't know if that was 10 minutes, but yeah, thank you for having me.
Hello, everybody. Curtis Clear Sky here, jumping in. Just want to, first of all, just say thank you to Leela, Maddie, Lorelei for sharing. Of course, yeah, important, so many different important messages that we're all bringing. And I think this is where we are as Indigenous people, as Indigenous artists, continuing to create space to share our stories, to share our perspectives, to share our culture, to empower ourselves. And, you know, that's my intention with my art, my work that I do as well. And what I bring is to continue to bring those messages. Obviously, as Indigenous people, we know what we've been through, and we're working through all of that. And at the same time, living in this society, we're working to elevate our voices and to fight to get our voices into the mainstream, to be heard. A lot of people that we live with in this society don't understand who we are. They have so many systems of that have been built before us that have created a narrative about us. And it's often stereotypical, racist, misinformed. And then we're talking about Hollywood, is one of the biggest communicating platforms in the world. And that platform was built on a narrative that was racist towards us. And so we're up against, a huge system here in bringing our voice. And we're coming in all different forms and shapes, through the music, through the dance, through the film, through the television, through different modern social media aspects. And it's a beautiful thing to be amongst, and to see all of our peers also doing what they're doing. It's just naturally part of who we are as Indigenous peoples. We are storytellers, we are dancers, we are artists, we're creative, we have a connection to our ancestors, to our lands, to our territories, through our DNA and our peoples, our creator. And that's naturally who we are. And that's closely connected to who we are. And, and I recognize that they wanted to take that away. They wanted to take that away. They attempted to take that away and to assimilate us into a colonial sickness. And we ain't taking it. We're fighting back. And through the arts is one of the many ways that we're doing that. And and I'm thankful for the opportunities that I've received throughout my life, whether it's through just the guidance and just the mentorship and the different people that have come across my path to allow me to support what I do through music. And for me, it's a passion to be able to write the lyrics, to be able to share that on a platform, and to empower, educate, and create. And that's my passion as well. Originally I came up through hip hop. 90s hip hop is what kind of guided me, which is a beautiful time in hip hop, because it was a creative space where you had all kinds of different diversity of different people bringing something different to the table, and a different angle and a different style. And it was like seeing a creative, unlimited space to bring something new and different, and to see so many different people bringing that openness, and just recognizing the roots of where hip hop comes from urbanized, marginalized people of color, the Black community, the Puerto Rican community from the South Bronx, Puerto Rican also having the connection to the Taino people as Indigenous people, so there's that direct connection of Indigenous people being urban. I'm an urban Indigenous brother, relative, and, and that connected with me, and just recognizing what the purpose was is about uplifting and utilizing the culture as a means of empowerment. And for me, it's that's what it's been for me, and it's maintaining that and creating that space to create messages to empower our community. And a lot of times it is for the young people, it's for the children, it's for bringing it back, empowering our young people, empowering the next generations. I'm pretty sure all of us are on the panel here, we're all like first generation to not go to residential school, you know, and we're dealing with those direct impacts of the intergenerational impacts. And, you know, we've been working through that, and the arts have been that tool for us. And we're getting there. And yeah, and it's just, it's an empowering time to be amongst all of our relatives that are creating, and looking forward to the future. And I know it's going to get stronger. It's going to get, we're going to get strong. We are strong, and we're just going to be able to elevate ourselves onto another level. Years ago, I've been doing music for a number of years, and it's been an evolving process. And you know, first off, I started doing hip hop to beats, different time when internet was just kind of coming around. We had different access to different kind of music. You know, a lot of times we downloaded music, beats that came from the internet, and creating different ways. And for me, I came into a space where, you know, performing with live musicians felt like the right energy to me. And, you know, and that evolved, you know, I went through processes. You know, at one time I was playing music that was more of a new metal style, you know, a little bit heavy metal or sort of style with a bit of like a Rage Against the Machine, Limp Bizkit sort of influence, you know, and that was cool because I was working with the musicians I was working with, and that was their style. You know, they're a little older than me, and I was still with it because I liked it too. But I also knew that, you know, it wasn't really exactly, you know, what I wanted to do. But, you know, I'm going with the older musicians I was working with at the time. And eventually I got into my own style. And, you know, coming up in the 90s, a lot of times we're listening to a lot of the hip hop that was coming up was sampled. And a lot of times they were sampling from the 70s. And I went on my own journey, and, you know, and they'd always shout out, they'd always recognize where it came from. And, you know, and I did my own journey and just reflecting on the music that they were sampling and just experiencing that and listening to that, you know. So I could, you know, through like G-Funk, hip hop, Death Row coming up in the 90s, Snoop Dogg and Dr. Dre and Tupac and them, you know, they were sampling this music. And, you know, I did my own research and listened to the George Clintons, the Curtis Mayfields. And I mean, I knew who these people were, but, you know, I didn't really listen to it intentionally. And, you know, when I heard all their music secondhand through the sample music and, you know, exploring it and like listening to the music and just like appreciating it. And like, man, you know, the 70s funk music was dope. And, you know, there was nothing wrong with it, but, you know, like a lot of times industry gets their hands on music and always redirects it, just like hip hop too. And oftentimes they redirect it. And especially when it is people of color, and if it's a Black man leading the music system, the Rick Jameses and, you know, those people leading the way, sometimes they got to come in and bring their systems of white supremacy and redirect and create some disco sounds or create something different. You know, this happens, and it's historical if you listen to music, how culture gets co-opted. And but for me, it's bringing it back to the live music, bringing it back to the funk, bringing it back to that message, and just creating that good vibes. And, you know, and that's our music. You can hear it, you can download it on all streaming platforms. First album's called Indigifunk. We have some new releases coming up. Working with amazing, talented musician, Beaver Thomas. We're writing some new songs and going to be releasing that in the next little while. So just want to say thank you again for this opportunity, and just respect to all my relative artists, people here, and just appreciation. And Cookshan Miigwech to Two Rivers, and to our relative here, uh, who's facilitating today, Blue Sky. Appreciation, all my relations.
Hello, can you hear me out there? I really don't know what I should be speaking about. I feel so out of touch with music today. Music, um, this type of music has its moment, it has its day, it has its time, it has its place. So I guess that's the one thing I discovered about music is 2002 was when I made my first album, and absolutely shocked that it went to the Junos. I was stunned by that. But people think that music, you should be boarding your own private jet and all that fun stuff. They think that music is about financial success and everything. So for a long time, I would hear people ask me if I thought I would ever make it in music. Well, I did. Just music went beyond just music, and it opened so many doors for me. Just unbelievable things in my life. Today, I sit here in this office at the University of Northern BC. It's my fourth year as the elder in residence. I received an honorary degree with Dr. Bonnie Henry this past summer. Like this, I attribute all this to 2002 and my first album. I wrote that album out at a treatment center where I worked. I had no hydro. I was the maintenance man. We would hold 10-day camps for families, men, women, children. But it was those periods between camps that I would be absolutely alone. And it was then that I started to hear music. I've always played music, but I thought music was packing the bar or the cabaret and being drunk and all that fun stuff. But being out there, I made my very first drum. I just tell you, so many things happen along the way. One thing that I think really was the turning point for me was um, the story that I refer to in my play as the drum is calling you home. I was very, very lost in my 30s and 40s even. Um, no idea of my own identity, who I was, where I came from. I knew I was Indigenous and everything, but beyond that, there was no depth. There was no content to myself. And I remember we put on a mini powwow, and I get a laugh out of this sometimes because when our people are advertising a bingo, they call it a super giant mini bingo. Well, this was a super giant mini powwow, but it was the first one that I'd been to in my whole life. I think I was in my late 30s, but I'd never been to a powwow. And oh gosh, I remember I was standing there, and I was the president of the association at the time, so I had a suit and a tie. And the mayor and some other people were standing next to me as they were making the grand entry. And I remember the drummers, they started to drum on this big powwow drum, and it just resonated through my whole body. You know, when you're emotional and you feel like you want to cry, and you feel that something grab you by your throat, and I felt it grab me, and I fought it off. I swallowed it away, and I'm thinking to myself, what was that all about? Why am I so emotional here? Well, when the dancers came out, it grabbed me again, and this time it wouldn't let me go. And I knew something deep inside was about to just explode. And boy, did it ever explode. And I started to cry, and I could not stop. And I remember I had my head down, and people were kind enough to be passing tissues and everything to me. And I was telling myself, why are you crying? Stop your crying. But I couldn't. I couldn't stop. And as I had my head down and my hand over my face, ashamed, this beautiful little hand appeared and it lifted my chin. And when I looked, there in front of me was this beautiful older lady. She had two of the most beautiful braids you ever imagine. They were just so tight. There wasn't even one hair out of place, and they were long. And she had these beautiful lines in her face. And I remember she held this great big beautiful eagle feather all beaded and everything. And she said to me, I don't know who you are, my boy, but the drum is calling you home. And I kind of looked at her and I said, what? And she said, the drum is calling you home. And she smiled at me and gave me that big beautiful feather. For years I ran. I ran back to the bars. I went joined bands, and I would wake up sick most of the time, but I still tried to run from it all. And I would continually hear that voice telling me the drum's calling you home. So when I was working out at the treatment center a few years later, I made my first drum. And as I started, I had no idea what I was singing. I was just banging my drum sitting on the wharf. I could hear it echo off the hills. And I knew something inside me was alive. I wrote 4 albums since that first one. The last one I did was with CBC in Vancouver with Sandy Schofield doing backup vocals and everything. I never even released that album. It's years old now, but there's some interesting, beautiful songs on that album. I just kind of lost my desire. My work now is very quiet. I sit here at the university. I have drum group every Monday with students from all over the world. I had an Iranian student here who invited me to learn his Shia prayers. I was so honored to be part of that. In exchange, I said, come and do a sweat with me. And he came and he loved the sweat and the German students who sit at the big powwow drum and play. And I've really, it made me realize that my role now, because of my age or whatever, is that I want to be out there teaching the people, non-indigenous people, showing them how beautiful we are as indigenous people and all that we have to offer. And there's so much there. And I look at all of you young musicians out there. I listen to you speak. I wish I could follow your music more, and I will make a point of doing that. But your message is out there. It's like somebody told me one time, you throw a little pebble in the water, even though the ripple disappears, that energy continues to go forever. And I think that's what you guys are doing. My time at the microphone is pretty. I'm very fussy and picky about where I play now. It's not a priority for me. But gosh, I wish you guys all the best. Believe in your heart. Don't write from everything you see out there. Write from deep in here. And when you write from deep in there, then it's so original and it's so interesting. People want to hear about that real stuff. So good luck, everybody. I thank you for allowing me to speak to you. It's been an honor. Snachalia. Thank you.
Oh my goodness. Who put me after him? How am I supposed to follow that up? These are wonderful stories, wonderful contributions, wonderful words and intentions. And I think it's just really awesome that we can be together. And the one thing that I guess my story would be is connections, because I think it's really cool story. And Leela's here and she's got to listen to me. So this is my chance to and I've told her this. I probably tell her all the time how much I love her. And so it all began when I was way younger. I was probably about 20 years, maybe around there anyways. I was singing with a local breeze band. They're a res band around here, and that they were nominated for like this like blues album. So we had to like travel to Manitoba to this awards show. And it was my first time. I was a backup singer, so I wasn't like, you know, I was starting out. I was just trying. I just had these opportunities and I took them, and I ended up here at this award show with this band. And Leela, I got up there and she was there she was on the stage. And I sat down and I listened to her whole set, and something clicked, something inspired me when I seen her up there with her guitar. And like she was nominated, she probably won, I don't even know, but I remember that moment very clearly. And so many years go by. I don't say anything to her because who am I? I ain't nobody. What am I gonna do? Go up to her and be like, oh hey. You know. So years later, when I quit my job, my full-time job, to pursue my music career full-time, I had something really tragic happen to me that I had to go through in order to, I guess, realize what I need to do. And I lost a partner. Like we were together for like 6 years, and she ended up getting cancer and she passed on. And she was really young and I was really young too. I think I was like 32 going through that stuff, and I really didn't think I was going to make it. There was really, really, really low times where, you know, I needed to be monitored because I didn't even really want to be here anymore. I just really loved her, and that was really hard. So anyways, story told, I'm here. Hey. But so in that time, I realized a lot of things. I realized that if I can feel this low in my life, that I can achieve being just as high in experience in life. And so I took that because I was like, man, I don't even think I could get any lower than this. So all right, here we go, creator. You want to put me through this stuff? All right, let's do it. So I quit my job because life's too short and I was wasting my time there. And so I released my album, and I told myself that I wasn't going to sing covers and I wasn't going to sing in bars. There's nothing wrong with that. But I had this standard because I was doing that all previous, and I knew where it got me. And sometimes it wasn't very good situations. But so I put this out there, and I released my album and people liked it. And I released a second album and people loved it. And that album is 528 Volume 2. You can get it on Spotify. But that whole album is pretty much my heart. Like, I don't even, like, you're just gonna have to listen to it. And it's been really helping people in this time because of loss and grieving. And so if you're experiencing that, or if you Need a Good Cry, you can check that out. With that being said, that album got me some traction and some momentum, which is something that you guys can bank on. Everybody can bank on that. You can get momentum and you can get going and you can do some stuff. So I had some momentum enough that Derek Miller's Guilt Free Zone asked me to be on the show. And so I went, and Leela was on the show as well, but she was there before, so I just missed her. And the producer there was like, "Oh, Leela got a new traveling bag. Do you need a traveling bag?" And I was like, "Oh my God, I totally need a traveling bag. I'm traveling for my first gig, like out of province. Like I'm going to Winnipeg to do this AMP camp. And I need a traveling case, and I didn't have one." So I was like, "Did Leela know that I was going?" Like as if she would know, but she was like, "No, she just got a new one and she don't need this one. And there's nothing wrong with it. But she just said, give it to somebody who needs it." I was like, "What? I totally need that." And it's Leela's. Oh my God. So I was just like overjoyed. So I took it home because it was like beat up and stuff, but there was nothing wrong with it. And I was like, man, this is so cool. It's like a little token, like that I'm on the right path and that I'm here and we're on the same show. I almost had a bit of imposter syndrome. Do you guys know what that is? Do you know what that is? Do you? It's like that feeling where you don't think that you're worth it, that you don't think that you belong in that lineup, that you can't believe that you've made it, you've made this song or this piece of work, or like it actually shocks you a bit. That is imposter syndrome. And let me just say that it's a syndrome and you are worth it. And you do deserve to be in those lineups, and you do deserve those awards, and you do deserve it. So just letting you know, if you've gone through that, that's what it's called. And I just wanted to share with you because I have that. So I hope I'm not alone. And if you feel you're alone, you're not alone. Anyways, so I took it home and my mom like put beads on it and everything. And she was my Facebook friend, Leela. So I like sent her a picture and I was like, "Oh my God, I got your friggin' case." And she was like, "Oh yeah, that's beautiful." You know, like, I don't think she really got how like important it was to me to receive that. It was like a bit of a full circle, but I'm not done yet. This is an extra full circle because I see her and I get an email from her and she's like, "Oh, Lace, you know, I want you to come record for my next album." And I'm like, "Oh my God, for real? Oh, I will be there." And honestly, on my way there, I was like, I suffered from imposter syndrome. You know how many times I wanted to turn around and come back home? Do you know how many times like I had to talk myself there all the way, even walking to the door, I can do this. And we did it. I didn't back down. I showed up. And you know what? I'm so proud of her and I'm so like just overwhelmed, overfilled with joy because she won a Juno with that award. Oh man. So that right there, folks, is the vibration of which Creator gives us. Like, and this is years, folks. This is years. So years in the making, you know what I mean? And when you acknowledge those things, that is happiness, man. That's happiness. And I think I'm probably going over my time. Heck, I'm so sorry. But I just wanted to talk to you about this because number one, it's connection. Number two, it doesn't matter if we're going through a pandemic, if you decide to take a break, if you have this, if you have that, if you have troubles, if you're broke, if you're this, if you're that, it doesn't matter, because Creator is always giving you opportunity to shine. So we have to make sure that we recognize those moments when we're able to shine, because things like that will fall into place. Coincidence? Who knows? Me, I think it's synchronicity myself. And I'm like, woo, and I'm so grateful for that. And that's what I mean when I'm so grateful. I feel it in my heart, and I hope that she heard my story, because that is super full circle right there, folks, because I didn't even think that I could do something like that. So here I am trying, and I'm trying even more. I auditioned for my first film and I got it. It's a web series. And I auditioned. Well, actually, I got headhunted for this theater project, and the character is me. Like, they want me as a character. So I'll be playing myself, which is awesome, because, like, I don't know who else to be. So, anyways, I really wanted to share that with you. Thank you so much for having me. I love this type of stuff, man. Like, I was looking forward to hearing everybody and sharing, and it's so wonderful to be here. And thank you for my time. I'm sorry I went over. I'm so sorry. I was just so excited. I'm like, my cheeks are hot. So anyways, my name is Lacey Hill. You can totally Google me. I'm on the social medias. If you like me, I like you too. So let's follow each other. Thank you.
Unmute myself. Hi everyone. My name is Ronnie Dean Harris, aka Oz12. Oz12's been the hip hop name that I've been activated under since I was about 12 years old. Uh, Music is the one thing that's been in my life the most consistently, out of anything, I think. And I tried to do sports and stuff, but that was never really anything that lasted. But hip hop at some point, putting words together in a rhyming format sort of activated something within me that allowed me to escape the limits of origin, to escape the limits of the colonial containers that we're sort of put in due to where we're born or where we're placed in. I grew up like in a very small part of just east of here, a place called Maple Ridge. Very I was the only Indian around for a very a large number of kilometers. So I think for me, a real activating part, and I was like I have my report cards from the summer, that summer, but the summer of 1990, when the Oka crisis happened, was sort of when I really learned who I was in this country and where I stood in the minds of people when they were the talk that was normally held within the confines of their dinner tables or amongst their friends or whatever was brought out pretty publicly during that summer. And you could see it in the decline. I think I was going into grade 5 or something like that. And you could just see like that September is just a terrible, really terrible report card. But that was also like not long after that, I started writing rhymes, trying to rap. It was the sort of a way that I could. I was too young to be a warrior, too young to go anywhere to do anything about it, right? So, I think being a part of hip hop, listening to things like Public Enemy, um, it was a vibration to me that I could connect with. I grew up, going to ceremony with my grandparents, so culture was always around. But then I also went to uh, I went to a private school with a bunch of rich kids, so I also knew how broke I was growing up. I knew that I was in a different position, both culturally, socioeconomically, and knew that I wasn't really accepted at a level of human rights. Um, through hip hop, through the creation of Oz 12, through the creation of being able to just hold my own with 16 bars amongst anybody, no matter what skin tone, color, region, being able to battle, throw down, be fierce, and not being somebody who had a heart murmur growing up, who didn't have his father around, first generation survivor of residential school. I could write my way out of that. I could be somebody that could travel the world and share messages and challenge colonialism, challenge those limits, challenge those barriers that were put in front of us, and be able to like do it with a ferocity that I couldn't do with my fists. So it's been the thing that's been most consistent in my life, and it's taken me around the world. So there's times where I've tried to quit it because I didn't think that, you know, you get into your 30s, you're like, oh well, I should probably do something, do something with my life. And but the thing that activates you, you have to make space for that thing. And I think what's lacking in our communities now, because of our removal from our customs, is the not all communities, but for most of our communities, and maybe our collective community, is the rites of passage, a recognized and collective movement towards the rites of passage. Rites of passage in terms of definition being where we gather as a community, our young people, or people coming into terms of different shifts in their life, and we recognize their role in our community and understand that. You know, a long time ago, we would grow up with pet names, and then we would get a name that reflected our role in the community. The community would say, hey, this is what your role in our community is, and you would be connected to that. You wouldn't have to go and find yourself. You wouldn't have to go and run and try to find yourself out in the streets or everywhere, because you already know your role is here in the community as this person. And I think we lack that now. I found myself in Africa twice trying to figure out who I was in my communities. And at the same time, where we as musicians are given the titles of voices of our people. You know, there came a point in my life I was like, yeah, hip hopper. I'm a voice of my people just by default. And I remember there came a point when I was in my, you know, coming up the late 30s, and I was like, am I the voice of my people? And I was like, have I even listened to my people? And then I had to take a step back. And I was like, well, how do you do that? How do you go forth and listening to your people and to start to like embody those messages? And first you have to shut up. You have to be able to turn the microphone over. You have to turn the camera around. You have to step aside, build stages, not worry about your stage time sometimes. And it was a hard position for me to take on, and stepping into more towards arts administration, and that kind of comes hand in hand. Some of us know that a lot more than others in here, I'm sure. Happy grant season, everybody. Uh, and that just that need for, oh, people are calling me right now. That need for space, and that understanding as an artist, that need for space. We did this hip hop thing when they was shut down, whatever community center or little club that whatever happened, whether by time or whether there was a fight or something like that. Those of us who loved hip hop to the point where we would be breakdancing in the parking lot and freestyling in a circle till God knows whatever time. Um, it is from that need to be activated in the flow of expression that I kind of go forth into my life of trying to provide and hopefully see that for our people in a way that kind of challenges the limits now of capitalism, especially through by way of venues and licensing. And I think that whereas some of our, you know, our touring life has been altered drastically, I'm hoping that there is an opportunity for us to shift how we gather and how we listen to music, how we consume music, and um, how we express music and how we create the business model for it. And I think that these things here, as we gather sort of in our own council, um, and we've kind of had to pivot in that space, whether it's like, oh, it's almost open and then it's not again. And now we're pulling back, and who knows with this featureism of uncertainty, what gatherings are going to look like. So I'm happy that Mika and the team have gone to war to put this together so that we get to set this table. And that has to be done, I think, at a larger expanse. We have to, build bigger longhouses rather than taller walls, right? So, my work has sort of led me now, like, from wanting to just rap. Like, I just wanted to rap. I just wanted to I just wanted to move my arms like that at the outset. That's what I wanted. And when I was like 12, 13, it was cool. And then it moves into something else as you become like, people are like, well, you've got a voice and people are watching you and elders are talking to me and chiefs want to hang out and talk and people, aunties are like in your ear. And so our responsibility, I know that there's a lot of challenges with the shape of music culture, idol culture, right? The commercialization, the commitments to capitalism. Recognize that there are two piles for us, two baskets or bundles for us as Indigenous people. And I call them the basket of stars, and I call it the Red Hollywood bundle. So the basket of the Red Hollywood bundle, right, is like, that's how we interact with like television. That's us being on networks now. That's like, oh, visibility now. That's like magazines, Netflix, all that stuff, Red Hollywood, like us, how we interact with pop culture. That's needed. It's a process for us because we haven't always been there. We have our legends. We have a very limited viewpoint of how we've been represented in media, right? And so that's needed for us. Like I've been one of those guys, like, on TV shows and trying to break forth, and we're trying to be the first to do things. And that's, as we celebrate that, it's still sad that we're still the first to be friggin' doing things. But that's where we're at, and trying to break forth so that our kids don't have such a hard time to try to do this thing and to use this medium for expression. So that's Red Hollywood, the bundle Red Hollywood, and we need that. We have to interact with that. But there's also the basket of stars, which I call like, it's like a basket full of our ancestry and full of the stories passed down through spirit, and the ancient stories, the ancient art forms, it's the weaving designs, it's the ancient forms that have survived the floods and the ice age and the fires and the smallpox 1, smallpox 2, residential schools, Stephen Harper. It survived all these things. This ember that it contains like our antiquity, like the things that in us that are ancient, that are sacred, that surround fires, that are never on camera, that are never recorded. I'm part of some of these ancient orders that no one will ever see because they only survive around our sacred spaces of council. And so there's work to be done as musicians and artists to put into both of those bundles. How we're seen by the world controlled by the lens of white supremacy, but also how we're seen in the future by our descendants, how we become ancestors. So encoded into our art form has to be two messages. One that uses the symbology and syntax of our understanding to pass forth those ancient messages that we've been handed. to go through the bundle, to encode, decode, and then interpret them in a different way so that the next generation understands, adding upon it from what you've learned. And at this point in time, where we watched like fires, we've watched floods, we've watched COVID. We had 20 something deaths in 20 something days the other couple weeks ago. Now for me, the time is like now the focus is to arrange these bundles and to make sure that what I pass on is of the most organized fashion that I can do. And so I haven't written or recorded hip hop music in quite a while. But that has brought me to the embodiment of my work that has given me a skill set to be able to contribute to this larger work. So the large work that is behind the little projects that are going to get us to there. And so as I come to understanding, as my role, those are some of the things that I can share and reflect. And there's only few of us that have that urgency on this global population to save culture, to save language, to save stories, as our elders keep passing on. I keep saying this is just press record now and take down all the messages and sit with them and have them express all that we can now. Like, don't wait. It's important because I'm going to end it on this, is that, we're brought together with ancient cultures by the fact that we all have flood stories. So as around with many cultures around the globe have these ancient flood stories, seeding us scientifically around 11, 12,000 years ago, giving most of our creation stories a narrative of survival through the after effects of floods and after effects of the ice age, right? So like mosquitoes come up a lot, right? Removement of salmon grounds come up a lot as these themes and these popular concepts in our ancient stories. But also in these flood stories, you hear notions of preparation. How did we survive those floods? Oh, well, our ancestors, they knew it was going to happen. So they had canoes and they created these giant barges and these giant ropes of cedar, and they tied themselves to the mountaintops. You can hear that in different village sites all around this area of flood survival. So if our people had the notions to be able to survive the floods, to put these barges together, then it's up to us to be able to put together our sacred knowledges through our music, encoded into our arts, using this knowledge that we have of technology, information, data sharing to make sure that our knowledges and wisdoms survive the next floods that are coming forth, because they're coming, whether in our lifetime or not, right? This might be work we hand off to our next generation. And that's what I inherited from my grandma, was a bundle of some notes and papers and photos, and like, here, learn to understand this and unfold it, and then bundle it back up, and then when my son gets it, when it's time for him to understand it, it'll be ready for him to hand off. So I think that's kind of where, for me, when we I made the design for this conference is it's the two rivers meeting in a basket, and at that spot, the two rivers is sort of the heart of the Inca people, but also for us, where two rivers meet there's always a skyborn story that's connected to it. So wherever two rivers meet, there's always our Tel Swale, right? They call it Tel Swale, is our skyborn story. So it's their ancestors came from the sky, and that always happens where two rivers meet. So, I think it's important that that's not lost on me where things happen and under what concept and under what symbols that we gather under Those things aren't lost on me, even though we can't explain it at this point in time. But why we gather around these symbols, to me, I know is going to be explained to us down the road. So I just want to thank Mika, Gord, and all the good people at Two Rivers Remix Society. And then all the good people at Lytton for having us all these years and allowing us to make so much noise out in the streets at Lytton. Yeah, there's a lot to be said, but I just want to just recognize and acknowledge that, you know, this displacements are still happening. And I know that we're all trying to pick ourselves up and figure out what's going forward. So, I know that music has been very important to Lytton, and that's something that I learned. You know, I've been in Lytton every summer since 2013, and music is like when Uncle Richie plays. It's like the peak of the summer. It's the ultimate vibration, and I've traveled all over the world. You don't see that in many other places. Like maybe I've seen that at like Musique de Fête in Paris. It's on there. I think it's on Solstice, and it's like the whole city just erupts in music. That's one of the few places I've seen something like that happen. And so, those of you who've been there and at that peak time when Uncle Richie goes on, you guys know the power of music. I remember being in a conversation with Auntie Amy. I was like, yeah, we're doing this. And then she goes, hold on, I got to go. And she just takes off and she just goes and starts dancing, leaves me mid-conversation. You don't see that everywhere else. There's very few things that can do that. And the things that we gather around, and music is one of those things. And so, that's our importance in this world. So we have to be able to understand that vibration past the commitments to capitalism. And I know it's tough, but we have great people. We have a great network building. We have great new venues coming up. We have great fucking god dang connections to funders coming up. So let's keep pushing it. So thank you for all your work and for all your existence.
Great. I wanted to say thank you, everybody, for sharing your stories, the unceded truth. We have about 10 minutes. And so I thought we would do a quick round with everybody. If they can share like one or two kind of reflections, sentences in that time. We'll just quickly run around and then we'll hand it off to Mika before Madeline's workshop next. So Leela, you're up. Couple minutes.
Masi Cho, so much to think about, Masi, to every one of the panelists. And I think like this has really helped to put a focus and a bead on how important our stories are, and stories, music, reclamation, in cultural reclamation, and which is really just code for taking our place in this world, because so many forces, so many colonial forces have striven systematically to eliminate that place, that we are so we're shaking those chains and making that noise to take that space, to awaken those memories, those blood memories, and really step into that power. So Masi Cho for all of your words today, everyone. It's been really moving.
Yeah, thank you so much. I feel such immense emotion right now, listening to everybody and their journeys and how you came to discover all of your gifts and what you're here to do and how you help people and how you help yourself through all of these beautiful gifts. I think one thing that stuck out for me is Lacey was saying imposter syndrome. You know, it's such a huge thing. And it's not because we are second guessing ourselves, because we know that we are here for a reason. We're gifts. We were born for a reason. It's society. There's always this heavy weight on top of us telling us, you need to be like this. You need to be like this. This is what, no, you're not good enough if you don't have technique or this, right? When in reality, it's like, we are so great, you know, and for us to be able to say that to ourselves about ourselves, because that was even taken away from us in our families, where our families couldn't even tell us that growing up. They couldn't feed us that because that was taken away from them. For us to be now here being great, you know, I just see greatness. I see beauty. I see, you know, light. I see fire, you know, like just these bright lights in everybody that spoke. And one quote that sticks with me is, our greatest fear is not that we're inadequate. Our greatest fear is that we're powerful beyond measure. You know, as Indigenous people, we were always beyond measure. And it was that society that created that for us to play small. And I see everybody here not playing small. Everybody is big and bright and making a difference. So hi, all my relations.
I think I might be next in the order here. Just gratitude, Cook's Jam, to the Nklatma people, the community of Lytton. Just gratitude for having us over the years in the space, and just calling upon justice for the community, and just recognizing the announcement that was made yesterday of inaccountability. So just calls for accountability on the company that was involved in the fire that devastated and took the town, and justice. I'll just say, yeah, so many powerful words. Just gratitude to everybody here on the panel. Little fun activity here of empowerment. I just will ask my panelists and wherever you are at home to listen in, and actually let's unmute everybody just for a moment. You're welcome to mute back after. Let's just do some affirmations, and it goes like this. And share this, especially with our young people. Anytime, any place, we have to strengthen ourselves and remind ourselves, because we've been so psychologically attacked by the systems, that we got to re-empower and re-strengthen ourselves. So everybody repeat after me. I'm strong.
I'm
happy.
Strong.
Healthy.
Happy. Healthy.
Gifted.
Gifted.
Talented.
Talented.
And blessed.
I'm blessed.
I'm growing.
I'm
growing.
Learning.
Learning.
And sharing.
Sharing.
I'm brave.
I'm brave.
Courageous.
Courageous.
And willing.
I'm willing.
The greatest.
The greatest.
Warrior.
Warrior.
Champion.
Champion.
Provider.
Provider.
Affirmations, especially for all of us, all of our young people. Empower our communities and our future generations. All my relations.
Protection for what is good is protection. Don't take things personally. And we're all one. Let's see.
Oh. Great. We'll turn it over to Marcel for his quick reflection.
Yeah, I just wanted to say in my language, I heard this from a 14-year-old boy years ago, and what it means, he said it in English. He said to me, you can't soar with eagles if you hoot with owls all night long. I asked him where he heard that. He said he made it up. It's been one of the teachings I've treasured for the last 20 some years. So remember, you gotta be honest and just be the best you can, and you will soar with the eagles. Thank you. See you guys. Good luck.
Hey, it's my turn to reflect, and it feels like I'm always reflecting. Constant reflection. And there ain't no mirror. But thank you so much, Nawagoa from Six Nations. Thank you. I seen on my Instagram that some of you have already followed me, and I followed you right back. So let's uplift each other, continue to realize that it's not a coincidence that we're here in this time, and that relationships grow over time. So choose your battles, because life is hard, and choose your hard. Let's choose our hard, and let's do it together. You're not alone. And I just love you guys. So thank you so much.
I'll mute myself over here. Yeah, it's hard to reflect because I just sort of went. Just thankful for all of our conscious co-creation here today. I think that's sort of what we're shifting into as we sort of come together as a larger community of communities. So I hope that we continue to build our scenes, our individual scenes of where we're at, so that we can kind of not have to always go to these non-Indigenous festivals and venues, and we'll be able to just have our own spaces, create our own circuit, right? Because I'll tell you this much, Two Rivers Remix is gonna have to be on the move coming up. So, yeah, we're working on space here at New Westminster, and we're hoping to be able to really work to be able to build in communities, and I think that's really gonna help. By bringing bigger artists to communities, putting the younger artists at that, and planting seeds down the road, right? That's you have to look at artist development in that way. And so we have to really build the space for our young people to be able to just get up there, and it might be too loud for us, it might be weird to us, whatever, but we have to give them that space to do it. It might make us upset and turn that rocket down, but that's what we got to do, because that's what they did for us, right? Like, I got my Buffy record up here, autographed. That's what they did for us. So let's just keep developing that, and just really building a model, not just culturally for our sacred knowledges, but for our business. Let's make sure they know about publishing, and let's make sure they know about what rights and entitlements and how to really capitalize and optimize upon this system. Because I'll tell you this much, with reservation dogs out there right now, there's about to be another wave of extractivism for our stories and for what we have. So we have to learn and teach our young people to protect themselves. So be aware, the extractivists are coming for your songs. Get your rights, get your publishing in order. So can. Love you guys.
So yeah, that was just so moving. Everything that everyone said is just such an incredible message that I feel just permeates everything that we're doing here, everything that we've been building. And I just wanted to share a quick story about right now what's happening at my place, because it was totally unexpected, but it's related to my late father. And it's strange because at the same time, my son came in and he was living at my late father's home, and he's kind of taking responsibility for our family land up there. And he came in with his mail, so I thought, oh, here's Dad again. Here's Dad here today with me. And my dad, even though he's passed on, he he really he stays with me because we're very close. So today, like my husband, Rob Hall, his brother is Mike Hall, who's the dread-headed guy that does the Rust Valley Restorers show. I don't know if any of you guys have seen it, but they're actually outside today right now shooting this thing with my husband because of this story. So it's strange that it happened to happen. It just happened to come up right now because we're sharing these stories. So I thought I'm going to see what comes up for me. And this is what came up, and it's related to my dad. So my dad had this car that when we grew up in Hat Creek on our family land, it was a 66 Chevy Impala station wagon. It's big. I wish I could show you guys, but I'd be breaching some sort of thing. If you watch the show, you'll see it eventually. It's a 66 Impala. It was sitting on my dad's land. I always thought it was just rat infested, you know, another old car on our land. And when my husband met my dad, you know, he always looked at the car, and my dad said, no, I'm never selling it. I'm never selling it. So anyway, 8 years went by, and he kept asking him. Finally, my dad needed some cash, and he wanted to change. So he said, fine, take it. But my husband felt instantly bad because he said, as it was going on the platform to take away, my dad was like in tears, you know, he's crying. My dad is a very stoic guy, right? And so I felt bad too. And then I thought, gosh, this car must have had a lot of special significance to him. And so anyway, Rob got it fixed up, got it going. We drove it around for quite a while. And well, before I get to that part though, is we went to try to find the papers, the registration papers, and we looked in the glovey, and it was still owned by the lady who used to own it. And we thought, oh, what's this name? And it's a name from the Okanagan Nation of an elder there. And we didn't have a way to get a hold of her. So we just thought, we'll look up the address, and lo and behold, she's still there. This is like 30 something years after, because this car is a 66, right? It was probably left there in the 70s. So anyway, we went to find out who she was, and we went to look her name up, and sure enough, she has a phone number. And we actually went to her home. She invited us to her home, and we met her, and she's the elder of the Okanagan Nation, and she's this beautiful, beautiful woman who really needed some visitors at the time. And she told us the story about the car. She said she used to always visit my grandparents every time she went to Lillooet, especially during fishing season, and she never didn't stop. She always stopped. The one day that they decided, nah, we're in too much of a hurry, we're just going to keep going to Lillooet, we can't stop. What happened? They broke down in the station wagon. They pull and get the station wagon back to my grandparents. It's only about a kilometer past them. And so my grandparents said, well, what were you doing? They said, oh, we're heading to Lillooet. I said, oh, why didn't you stop? And I said, oh, well, we're in too much of a hurry. And so they said, oh, you should have stopped. That's why this happened. Anyway, the car wouldn't go. So they said, we're just going to leave it. You guys have it. And that's where the car stayed for like, you know, probably until about year 2001 or something. Anyway, my husband sold the car to my brother-in-law, who, like, this is 20 years ago now, who never did anything with it. We always regretted doing it. And my husband got a hold of Mike and said, look, I want you to fix up that car. And he agreed to. And so now we're going to get the 66 Impala back. On the day we do this conference, it shows up at my house after my dad's mail shows up here. And the car is here. And the first thing I thought is, oh, dad would have been so excited. And then I thought, no, dad would have been pissed or really jealous. So I just wanted to share that with you that, you know, while we're saying these things, I'm even getting a strong, like, I feel like my father here right now, and it reminded me of this verse of this song that we just wrote, and I wanted to share the verse with you because it also reminds me of all the things that we were talking about. It says, Spirit, stay with me. I know that I left you. In that place, I did what I had to. There I was safe. I didn't forget you. You're always the one. See, I've come back now to gather you up. All the places I left you, all the pieces I left you in, see you whole right before my eyes. When I look to the sky, I want you to hear me. I've come to you today because you're the closest I've been so far. Spirit, stay with me. Hold my bones again. Spirit, stay with me. And I just want to end it on that. And I'm just so ever thankful and grateful for all of you, your music, your artistry, your beings, your ancestors. I'm just so thankful to have you in my life. So Cook's Jam, Klako Klako.
So everyone.
Thanks, everybody. So grateful for your participation. We're going to go right into our next workshop. So this is our workshop for today. From 3 to 3:55, we have Madeline McCallum. So I'm just going to quickly introduce her again. But she's a dancer originally from Île-à-la-Crosse, Saskatchewan. Though she's well known for Métis dance, she's been jigging since she could walk, as she said. She enjoys all forms, including powwow, contemporary, hip hop, and just movement from the soul. So Madeline has performed on many stages. She's made a natural progression into choreography and performed her first solo piece, which included powwow dancing, contemporary, and Métis jigging. Through many performances, her solo piece, and collaborating with many dance and theater companies such as Compagnie Vini Dancy, Dancing Earth, and Full Circle, her passion for dance has taken her all over Canada. Madeline is currently one of the choreographers for Butterflies in Spirit. As we just heard, a dance group made up of family members of missing and murdered Indigenous women, founded by Lorelei Williams, who was just appearing. Madeline has a passion for sharing her knowledge of dance and culture. She also shares her stories of survival and how dance has been her outlet and savior throughout her life. Her belief in sharing knowledge with her community to empower and strengthen them, and deep love of dance and firm belief in its healing powers for the audience as well as for the dancer. This is what makes Madeline McCallum such a name to look out for. So we're very pleased to have you here for the rest of this afternoon. And please, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you so much for that bio. And you said Île-à-la-Crosse better than I could say Île-à-la-Crosse. You said that very well. So, just want to take a deep breath. I invite everybody else to join me just to take 2 deep breaths. And again. Thank you. We get so caught up, we're jumping one thing to the next, to the next, to the next, that we get into this floating kind of place and we get out of the present. So for me, the present is very important. Oh, that's awesome. So the present is very important for me because this is where the grounding is. This is where the foundations, this is where the roots are in the present. And in teachings, this is what I've been taught is if you want to create, get yourself in the present and start from there and start to elevate from the present. Coming out of that panel, I feel like we said everything that we needed to say today. I feel like every beautiful artist that was there shared everything to fill that medicine wheel, from the mental, the physical, the emotional, and the spiritual, that everything that needed to be full and filled was filled by all of the artists, because some of us are dancers and we focus on that physical. Some of us use that voice, some of us use the mental aspect, some of us use that very spiritual aspect. So I just feel like we completed a whole wheel today, and created that balance. And I feel really, really kind of elevated, but grounded at the same time. I feel pulled in those 2 directions. But today I get to share a story about a little girl who found her prayer, found her medicine, and found her why. I'm going to take you through my journey of how I came to be where I'm at and all of the amazing relationships that helped me in my life that I was able to be a part of and invited to be a part of, to create and work with these stories and so many beautiful artists in our community. So I grew up in northern Saskatchewan in the Métis settlement called Isle La Crosse. And I said it before, I have 17 siblings and we were all dispersed all over the place. But I was the only one, the only child that wasn't given away out of 17 of us. And you might think that I would feel special, but I honestly felt like something was wrong with me. This was the beginning of me wondering why I was born. Why was I even here? I stayed in between my mom and my dad, and I had that journey. I lived through my mom's, addiction and the abuse. I witnessed all of the abuse and things that happened to her. And with my dad, I witnessed his healing journey, when he was healing all of the things that you have to let go of, the traumas, the memories. You still make those mistakes where you fall down, those lessons. So I was with my dad during that. And I talked about how I danced as a little girl, how I was in the community jigging, how the elders chose me, or they knew that this is what I was going to do. And when I was little, this was my happy time. This was what made me the happiest. And I know all of you can relate because there's something in your life that creates those feel good tingles, those feelings when you're just like, oh, I'm so happy right now. Dance does that for me. Anytime I was witnessing abuse, or I was at school and didn't know where I was going to go eat after school, or where I was going to sleep, or who was going to take me, I knew that dancing was going to be the safe place for me. So back in the day in 95, 96, Much Music used to come to all the communities in the north, and they'd put up their big screens and they'd have us like a big dance party. I was the first one there, and I was the only one on the dance floor. People were standing up against the wall, and just posted up, and I was the only one getting down on the dance floor. And it created a happy moment for me. It created this force field around me where nothing could touch me. Not my sadness, not the memories of the abuse, nothing could touch me. So I kept dancing. Every time the 95 dance parties came, it was like the greatest thing ever. I was like, yeah, and everybody knew Maddie was going to be on the dance floor, and back then I didn't know that's what I was doing. I didn't know that I was creating this elevation and this thing for myself. I had no idea. So at 12 years old, I had been living everywhere. I had lived all over the place. And I knew that I had to leave my community. Sadly, I had to leave the north. I knew something was coming, and I prayed to whoever I prayed to. I didn't know, because it was the Catholic Church in my community back then. And we had some ceremony, but it was very quiet. So I just knew I had to ask someone. Someone's voice was going to tell me something. And when I said, what am I supposed to do? Where am I supposed to go? I have nowhere to go after school. I'm living at my friend's. I have nowhere to go. And this voice came across my head and said, you need to leave and not look back. And I thought I made it up. I thought, oh, I'm just making this up because I want to get out of here. But I said, I'm going to trust this voice. Something's guiding me. So I hitchhiked out of northern Saskatchewan. I grabbed a little backpack at 12 years old. I hitchhiked, got in a vehicle. People picked me up. They said, we know where your dad is. They dropped me off. And I seen my dad, and I was so excited to see my dad. I was so excited. And I seen my dad, and he was not excited to see me. He was like, what are you doing here? How did you get here? Why are you here? And I just remember everything inside of me crushing. And I remember that being one of the biggest heartbreaks of my life. Because it's like, when you're going to Disneyland or something that makes you so happy and you get there and you're let down, that's exactly the crushing feeling I had. But my dad said, okay, you can stay with me. So he said, we're going to move to British Columbia, to Mission, BC. I said, okay, let's go. I'm up for an adventure. Let's go anywhere. And as soon as we got there, I was like, I have to find the Native kids. I have to find the Native kids. Those are my people. And when I got there, I was like sitting with the kids in the class, and these kids were looking at me, and they were like staring really weirdly at me. And I was like, what are you staring at? And they said, we just want to know why you talk like that. And I was like, talk like what? They're like, you talk real long. And I was like, no, I don't. And they're like, yes, you do. And I just remember laughing so hard and thinking, I had no idea I had an accent, no idea. And these kids are making fun of my northern accent. And I knew those were my friends. I knew that the kids that could make fun of me and tease me and we could find laughter and joy, those were my friends. That was my family. That was my new family. So I left that and I went back home and I got in a fight with my dad. We got in an argument and a disagreement and I ended up leaving and I never went back. I left my dad after that because we had a pretty large blowout. And so just before I was 13, I ended up on my own and I was homeless and living on the streets. And I found friends who took me in, lived here, lived on the stairs in Mission. And this was around a time when the MMIW 2G started happening, when it started becoming vocal and everything. And when I was living on the streets, this woman took care of me. She used to feed me. She used to welcome all of the street kids in and she would feed us. She bleached my hair one time with like bleach, actual bleach, like it was like yellow. And she let me babysit her kids. And she was such a beautiful woman. And I remember one of the last times I seen her, she actually was rolled someone. She's like, I just rolled this guy. Do you want to come with me to Vancouver? And I was like, heck no, Vancouver is too big of a city. And after that, we never seen her again. She went missing. And you know how I'm talking my story like this because things come full circle. This comes full circle to my work that I got to do with Butterflies in Spirit. So Lorelei knew me when I was really young. So she knows this wild Maddie from back then. And, you know, it's such a big change for her, the way that I am now. And so the work I get to do with Butterflies is Lorelei approached me and she said, Maddie, we need some choreography. And I said, well, I'm just getting new into choreography, but this is something that I challenged myself. I said, I'm not going to say no because I'm scared. I'm not going to say no because I don't feel like I'm good enough. I'm going to say yes because I'm scared. And I'm going to say yes because this is going to help me to grow. Creator put this in my path for a reason. And when I took that with Lorelei, she sent me the song Sisters by JB, the First Lady. And I remember when I heard it, I felt it. I felt it so deep in my soul. I just knew. Like I knew that I was supposed to be a part of this because Georgina was guiding me. So Georgina Pappin was one of the women that were found on the Picton farm. And she was the one who took care of me when I was homeless and I was on the streets. And I get so emotional because I remember hearing that song and I remember channeling and saying, I'm supposed to do this. I need to create this. And I know that it comes back to traditional dance as well. And that's when I told Lorelei, I said, I want you all to learn. I want you to connect to that because this is about healing. This is about us reconnecting back and reclaiming and taking about whatever you want to call it. It's about connecting back to all of that because Georgina always used to tell me that. She always used to say, you're very spiritual, you're very cultural, even when you're on the streets. And I felt like I was nothing and I was not worth anything and homeless. She used to tell me that. She used to say, I see it in you. So when I choreographed this piece, it came to me that we are dancing with them and they are dancing with us all the time. So I wanted the dance to start because Lorelei had the sheets on the ground and I said, we're going to have them rise. Yes, their bodies are there, but I'm going to have their spirits rise up and we're going to help them to rise up. And in this, they rise up. They start to dance. They start to do contemporary, almost like flowy, you know, representing that angel, you know, kind of like movement. And then from there, it goes into hip hop because we have this very hard part of ourselves, right? We have this intense, you know, for me, like this intense Cree woman energy, right? Like, and I was like, I want us to stand there and say, nobody is going to ever do this to us again. We are going to take back our power with each movement. And from there, we're going to go into traditional dance. where this is our medicine. This is what helps us to heal. This is what grounds us. This is what connects us. And I didn't force them to connect to it. I said, just ask, do a calling, give some offerings tobacco. And sure enough, this most beautiful button blanket was gifted to one of the dancers to reclaim. And that walks with her now. That's some of her medicine. So this is how that all came to be. And it came from this little girl who felt like she wasn't doing anything and there was nobody there. It organically happened. It was like spirit guided, ancestor driven. So I want to share this piece with you. This is a piece I choreographed with Butterflies in Spirit and Lorelei, who was just speaking. I took this off of one of their videos on YouTube to share the piece that I choreographed. So here it is.
Despite railway blockades, prominent and public calls for justice and demands for further investigation, efforts to force a public inquiry have stalled. Either way, an inquiry might not answer why as many as 1,000 Indigenous women have gone missing.
There is a
or
crisis
murdered.
of missing and murdered Indigenous women in this country that has become a national tragedy.
The scale of the crisis has been clear for years. Hundreds of Indigenous women murdered or missing in Canada. A haunting national disgrace with no solution in sight.
I'm looking for my sister. Where did she go? Where did she go? Why? I'm looking for my sister. Where did she go? Where did she go? Why? I wanna walk the highways. I wanna walk the alleys and the streets. I wanna walk the whole damn world. I wanna walk the highway. I wanna walk the alleys and the streets. I wanna walk the whole damn world. I'm looking for my sister. Where did she go? Where did she go? Why?
There is a crisis of missing and murdered Indigenous women in this country that has become a national tragedy.
Oh, how I miss you so much. I still can't believe that you're gone. Feeling like a huge piece of me's been torn and ripped from me, from my chest. I can't breathe when I think about it. I miss your smile, miss your laugh. I miss our trips on that powwow trail. And now all I feel is that trail of tears, that trail of fears for what could have gone wrong, and hoping that you're safe. I wanna go door to door. My eyes are so sore from all the tears I drop. My heart drops, and every time I think about you and where you could be, this is for the weight that I carry on my chest, for the mothers and the families who get no rest. And this is for the loved ones, and the family. We want you close, we wanna hold you close, we want you back the most. And this is for my sisters who were stolen in the night, for the ones who were hustling and fighting for their lives. It cuts to the soul, but it has me wondering, oh, where does she go? Oh, where does she go?
I'm looking for my sister. Where did she go? Where did she go? Why? I'm looking for my sister. Where did she go? Where did she go? Why? I wanna walk the highways. I wanna walk the alleys and the streets. I wanna walk the whole damn world. I wanna walk the highway. I wanna walk the alleys and the streets. I wanna walk the whole damn world. I'm looking for my sister. Where did she go? Where did she go? Why? Why no sense of urgency? Why no state emergency? Should have been called when it was 2 or 3. 100 to 1,000, yeah, you feel me? Government criminalize Indigenous men and blame them, and then say it's not high on our radar. How far will you let it slide? Just another form of genocide. That's right, I'm calling you out. I know what this is all about. You want the land, so now we stand up, fists up. Warrior song makes us strong. We say no more. We say no more. No more stolen sisters. No more stolen sisters. I'm looking for my sister. Where did she go? Where did she go? Why? I'm looking for my sister. Where did she go? Where did she go? Why? I wanna walk the highways. I wanna walk the alleys and the streets. I wanna walk the whole wanna walk the whole damn world. I'm looking for my sister. Where did she go? Where did she go? Why? I'm looking for my sister. Where did she go? Where did she go? Why? I'm looking for my sister. Where did she go? Where did she go? Why?
Railway blockades, prominent and public calls for justice and demands for further investigation, efforts to force a public inquiry have stalled. Either way, an inquiry might not answer why as many as 1,000...
There's a crisis of missing and murdered Indigenous women in this country that has become a national tragedy.
National disgrace with no solution in sight.
Thank you so much. That gave me the chills, even just watching that right now. I just remember, all the work that those girls did. And, it's not that we're just here to dance, like Lorelei said. Every time those girls come and share pictures of their families, they stand there, they cry, they feel, they heal. And I am so honored to be able to hold that space for them and to hold that space for Georgina. I'm in so much gratitude of how life comes full circle. So that is some of the first choreography work that I got to do. And along my journey, I was talking about these obstacles, right? These obstacles that come into our life. And for me, I've had so many. I'm sure all of you can relate as well, being abandoned, neglected, homeless as a teenager, the foster care system, abusive relationships where I didn't know I was going to survive. And then most recently in my 30s, I went through a cancer journey. I had a mastectomy surgery, and through that, I was like, I'm going to dance. I'm going to be creative through this. I was given this gift of creativity because I'm supposed to use it, I don't like using it, but I'm supposed to tap into it every single time I go through something. This is why it was gifted to me. So I created 2 films. I directed a first one that's about a 5-minute piece that I'm going to share with you pretty quick. And then I have a second one that I have a trailer up, and I'll share that after that. So this is about my mastectomy surgery. And I wanted to be creative, and I wanted to feel beautiful in myself. I wanted to feel like even though I lost my breast, I am still beautiful. My new body dysmorphia, everything I was feeling, I was like, I want to show people who have lost parts of themselves, that we can still feel so magical in our bodies because our bodies have survived that. Our spirits have gained so much strength through these experiences. So this piece is called Sukeski Squeal. Enjoy.
Look at me. Look me in the eyes. Why are you here? Don't turn your back to me. You've come and taken what you needed to feel alive for a
a moment.
moment. You have taken enough from me, my flesh, my body, a source from which I nurture life. A part of my soul forever dances with you. Is that not enough? You are not without purpose. I need to let you go. I can no longer suffer with you. I acknowledge you. I see you. I love you. From every direction, I love you. You awakened me. You listened to their call. You've been the blessing I prayed for. You break hearts and tear apart families and leave no being untouched. You have given me my life. You have given me my light, my fire. You have reconnected me with my spirit. Suk aski squeal. I am grateful for your teachings. I release you. I release you. I am free. My dance is my medicine, soaring like an eagle. My regalia as my armor. My self-love as my protection. I am awakened. I am awakened. I am awakened. This is my ceremony.
Whew, thank you. Thank you for being a witness to that today. I still get so emotional and empowered that this little girl that I shared with you that was trying to find her prayer, her medicine, and her why felt safe enough to be that vulnerable. And when I share these, I want to share with people who want to tell their stories, who feel like I have something to say and I don't know how to say it and I'm scared to say it. I want you to know to say it. I'm telling you to say it. Be creative. Do it in your way. For me, bearing myself in this way felt like this is what I needed to do. I needed to show the vulnerability of something that people see as a loss. But when I saw the mastectomy surgery, I seen it as a gift. I said, I am not going to look at this that the surgeons are taking away from me. I'm going to look at it from ceremony and see that I'm gifting. I am giving you a flesh offering. I am giving you an offering so that I can open a portal in myself to receive all of the gifts that I've prayed for, to receive the love that I've prayed for, to receive the abundance that I've prayed for. And I can tell you, ever since that journey with cancer, at the end, I said, this is my ceremony. It truly was one of the most powerful ceremonies with myself. To be able to look at losing a part of us that society says makes us a woman, and to look at it and say, this does not define me as a woman. My spirit, my soul, my name, my ancestors define me. And this is how I'm going to walk through this journey. And through this journey, I also created a documentary called Dancing Through. And I'm telling you and showing you all of this because I shared the story of a little girl who lived at the Much Music dance parties to get away from abuse, to get away from not having food. That's where she felt safe. And this is for that little girl. And when I share this, this is for all of you. All of you who feel like you're still that little girl or that little boy or, you know, that little being that felt like they couldn't do it and still might not do it. I want to give you that today. I'm not the one to give you permission, but this is showing you that if that little Maddie can do it, you can do it. I created a documentary with my friend Anika. She followed me around with a camera during my cancer journey. And I created a film called Dancing Through. And you can find it at dancingthrough.org if you want to see it. And this film is one of the biggest things I've ever done in my life. And I'm going to share the trailer with you right now. I can't show the whole film because it's 46 minutes, but I want to share the trailer with you so that you get a taste of it. And then I can tell you after where you can watch it. So here's the trailer of Dancing Through.
Hanuhta siuatsuuna naskuhtin anuskagisgagi pikisksamaasuuta tawasnusvis.
Offer you this tobacco, Dad, to pray for the journey that I'm about to go on so that I'm not scared. You're going through something. You're sick right now, Maddie. I just remember feeling like, say something different. And then I started asking questions, okay, like what's the alternative if I don't do it? And I think what came out was it would be a very painful death. This is the very last option that I have, and I want to make sure that I do something that's gonna help me to be able to live 35 years of, you know, experiences and traumas and pains and sadness. I have these scars that I didn't think I would have. First time I had ever swore at Creator. I went through a really, really dark depression. Whatever the path is that Creator has for me, I'm gonna make the best of that path. I've always loved dancing. I perform a lot. Going to the doctors, it's almost like this choreographed routine. It's gonna be good. I'm gonna be okay. This is just part of the journey. This is part of the lesson, something that I have to learn. How are you feeling? I'm feeling high.
I know that you can do this. We'll help you get ready for the surgery. Afterwards, recovery, we'll be here to help you through that too. You're not gonna have to do this alone.
It has been an emotional roller coaster.
Thank you. So that is Dancing Through, and you can watch that right now at the Portland Film Festival. So if you go to portlandfilmfestival.com, it's actually airing there, and it's got picked up by a few film festivals in the United States. Yeah, Canada has not picked it up yet. The US has like supported it. So if you want to check that out, it's $10 to watch it right now, and it's nominated for an award as well. So it's a huge thing. It's, you know, and, you know, to stay away from the ego, but to really honor that little girl. Again, like this is what it's about, is honoring little Maddie, you know, and saying like, look at what you did. Look at what you're doing. You are making a difference just by being vulnerable. My dad always told me vulnerability equals growth. So for me, during this journey, I said, I'm going to be the most vulnerable I've ever been because I want to grow. I want to grow beyond all the barriers that I've created for myself because of trauma. This is what I want to do. And so this is how all of this came to be. And I'm so grateful for everybody that has supported me because I could not have done this by myself. And for anybody who's here, I'm a true believer that you are called and you are pulled to be exactly where you're supposed to be because somebody needs to hear something that you have to say, or you have to hear something that somebody has to say. It's not just about me sharing. So whoever needed to hear this today, I hope you receive this gift. I hope that you live in that vulnerability that you want to live in, to grow and to share, because your story matters. Your story is so important that it's going to help and save somebody's life, but most importantly, it's going to save yours when you express and you let that and release that from your body. I'm so grateful. I want to just do a little, you know, I'm talking about movement and we've just been sitting for 3 hours. So I want us just to do a little like routine here. We're just going to have our arms up. We're going to give them a big shake, stretch them out. And then I want you to go to the corner and up, corner, up, corner, up, corner, up. Make it sassy, make it sassy, make it sassy. Move your head, move your head. Spin those arms, spin those arms. Ay, 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 ay. Wave, wave, wave. Da, 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 da. Woo! Woo! Get that energy moving, get that energy flowing. I'm so grateful. And the last thing I want to leave with you through our stories, I want you to know that as you are is enough. With your depression, you're enough. With anxiety, you're enough. With trauma, with PTSD, with a broken heart, you know, you are enough. You know, if you're feeling good, you are enough. You are exactly how you're supposed to be right now, because that is the stepping stone to get to exactly where you're supposed to go. All of those moments and all of these stories, for me, the sadness, the anxiety, depression, the crying, all of it, I knew that I was enough in that moment. And if anybody tells you that you need to be better and stop crying and don't do this and, you know, whatever it is, that's about them. You are exactly who you're supposed to be, going through exactly what you're going through right now because of an experience that happened to you. You are going to move beyond that. But I want you to know, even in it right now, you are so beautiful and you are enough. And I love you. Kisagitin, hi, hi, all my relations.
Oh, just beautiful. Thank you so much, Chimiquech. I'm so very honored to have participated today, and thank you for that little boost of energy. You're right. Most of us probably have been sitting for most of the day. I am going to ask our graphic facilitator, Nijitsil, who's been actively taking part in today, and there she is. Okay, great. Please give us an update on your beautiful art.
Dringwinzi, Nijitsul Norbert Bilshi, just good afternoon or good evening, Hatzat Queensy, wherever you are. My name is Nijitsul Norbert, and I didn't actually share. I'm calling or zooming in from Inuvik, Northwest Territories, and I'm Gwich'ya Gwich'in. And I'm very proud to be where I'm from, and I'm actually wearing this beautiful cover that is made by an Olympian, an Indigenous Olympian, Sharon Firth, and so I just wanted to share that with you. So just going back to the poster and what we covered today, I shared parts of this morning with Sharon, Kinney Starr, and her beautiful talk about water and its importance, and also of land and justice. And then for the rest of the morning, we had these awesome features of Ronnie Dean Harris over here, JD the First Lady, and the Butterflies in Spirit Dance Group. We heard from the Melamin Collective, and so those are featured here. I like this little quote from Ronnie: "Make them hands clap if you're gonna get that land back." So I thought I'd feature that there. And then today's focus, this mic leads us into the focus of today, which was stories, unceded truth. And we had, I believe, 8 feature panelists, Leela Gilday, Mika Morgan, Madeline McCallum, we just heard from, Laura Lee Williams, Curtis Clearsky, Marcel Gagnon, Lacey Hill, and Ronnie Dean Harris himself. So there were some awesome quotes and messages that were shared with us. I can't always keep them all, but I did feature a lot of the ones that I think are going to speak for now and into the future. So I'll highlight some of them now. Everyone's voice in this world is unique and important. Thank you, Leela, for always reminding us of that. And she brought to the table for us was the story of the Mackenzie Valley Pipeline, and the story of the Dene. So I have a pipeline here with no for oil. We then went into more of the dance side of things. So I dance because I want to tell our traumas. When I dance, I create energy. That energy is cleansing. There was mention of the start of Butterflies in Spirit group dance, which was October of 2011. There was this idea to have missing loved ones on t-shirts combined with dance. And that's how that grew, from a small idea to now, as they said, they've traveled the world, they've traveled North America with this message. And I am so grateful and touched to spend this afternoon with them. We had this beautiful story here where I remember they started to drum and it resonated through my whole body. The story of being passed a feather and gifted that feather. Empowering the next generation is very key to the artist's message that they shared today. And, you know, "Out of the rubble, here we stand" was one of the first quotes that actually came from this group of panelists, talking about acknowledgement, gratitude, connection. You know, there was a quote: "I was too young to be a warrior, so I rapped." I think that that can be underlined in a lot of ways. I was too young to be a warrior, so and I want everyone to put what they did there. And then finally, Creator is always giving you opportunity to shine. That was our day, and I'm again just so grateful to be here to witness this, and I can't wait to see you all tomorrow. Hi, Masi.
Oh, that was just gorgeous. Just beautiful. Thank you so much, Nijitsul. And that's not the end of her. We're going to invite her back, so she'll be back over the course of the next 2 days. I also loved that the Auntie Kinney wanting to rap battle our Prime Minister. That was hilarious. Oh, goodness. Okay, so we are going to wrap part of the live version up in the next 10 minutes. So I just wanted to give a shout out to, again, our funders and sponsors. Without their kind generosity, we probably wouldn't be able to have this. So again, the Government of Canada, Government of BC, Canada's private radio broadcasters. We have the BC Arts Council, Factor, and Creative BC. So this work is so important. You can see that just bringing us together, inspiring. I hope that people leave tonight and go be inspired about how, yes, you can contribute, how you can, if you're too young to be a warrior, what are you going to do? Love it. So I'm going to mention again, before I hand it over to Mika. So tomorrow we're again starting at 10 a.m. Tomorrow's session is called Language, Unceded Tongues. That was a phrase coined by Russell Wallace. And so we're looking forward to having a full day again tomorrow. So 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time until 4. Very similar. We'll have an opening with a prayer. We have a keynote. So Kevin Loring and the host is going to be Ronnie Dean Harris. He's coming back. We'll have a special Q&A with them. Then we go into a workshop from 11 onwards with Janet Marie Rogers. She is Ganihihaka and Tuscarora, so it'll be great to have her. And then we have some showcases over lunch. And then we'll come back and we'll have another session in the afternoon around bearing witness. It'll be a remix to revitalization, Unceded Tongues. So we'll have the panel there is anticipated to be Russell Wallace, Leroy Joe, Kalila Rapanen, Darcy Deneau, Miss Christy Lee, and Kim Gucci. So it'll be another full afternoon. And then, yes, that's for the most part. Oh, we have a second workshop with Lindsay Equal Night. So gender and Indigenous hip hop. And yeah, so that'll take us for tomorrow. And so I'll look forward to seeing everybody. We're not done yet. We have a showcase coming up, but wanted to hand it over to you, Mika. We have about 8 minutes left before our next showcase.
Awesome. Are we replaying the same showcase that we did in the afternoon? Or is it a different one? I'm just wondering. Can you hear me, Kinwa?
Oh, my apologies. I thought we were doing a showcase in the evening as well. Perhaps not.
I think they can just watch it if they want to from earlier, but I just wasn't sure of that detail. If it is, it's great. Yeah, so just in wrapping up and closing, usually we have our one of our elders present to do the closing, just because we like to open and close in a way that feels like it's going to bring that good energy in. So just having Sharon there this morning, like they've been, her community, Klemchin, has just went through such and continues to go through such intensity all over the place. They're dispossessed from their lands and their community and people and homes and families, and everyone's all over the place. And it's been actually challenging to get a hold of Sharon, but it just so happened very, very last minute. I was finally able to reach her, and she was just so happy to come out and to have her as a part of it in the morning without not expecting to have her, and then to have her do that beautiful prayer was just, I just felt like the whole day was guaranteed after that to be incredible. And she proved us right, because every time she comes and does those openings for us, it is like similar to what Maddie was saying, that it's like opening a portal to this knowledge and messages that we need to hear that are coming to us from all these different forms and mediums. And what an incredible journey that is for each and every one of these artists today that shared their unique stories of growth and transformation. And one of the things I really connected with Kinney is when she said that often you'll find that you'll do a piece of writing or a piece of music, you'll write a piece of music and you'll write it for someone else. But in the process of that, you realize that it's actually for you or for everyone. And it's so true. I can really relate to that experience. Just being in the collective that I'm in and doing the collaborative works. There's times where I've gotten so frustrated and then kind of taken it out through my music and wrote a song for my for my bandmate, or kind of like pointing to them in a way, and then it actually making more sense, really being about myself. And then really it being a message that other people needed and wanted to hear. So I'm just really grateful. And then to hear Marcel express his unique healing journey, and especially in terms of the moment when he was talking about how he started to cry and he couldn't stop, and how people, instead of shunning him or looking at him in a certain way, they embraced it, and they just supported him in it. They didn't try to make him feel better or anything. They just said, here, have tissue, and they accepted him. They had that tolerance, and that's what I really appreciate about our Indigenous communities, is that and this is something that I've noticed that at Two Rivers Remix, and what made it so very profoundly special in the hearts of especially people like our survivors. So I'm just going to relay a closing story about Two Rivers Remix Festival. The last one that my late father attended was 2019, and it was actually the last live one that we had been able to have. And what I noticed, my father was a very traumatized but incredibly charismatic and powerful Indigenous man who is Secwepemc, Statliam, and Lequepemc. And I spent my life listening to his stories. And of course, I did the bulk of my work on his experience of trauma and pain and the transference of that and intergenerational effects of that. And he just came so strongly today in this work, and it feels like all these ancestors that have influenced us, impacted us in some way, that they are all coming full circle to be able to help us in this journey. When I was doing my thesis, I remember one of the women I was interviewing was expressing the same experience, not the same, but a similar experience. When I heard Marcel speaking of it, I could see her in my mind because of the story that she told. And she said that moment that she had of clarity of her healing journey, when she knew that she had broken through this portal, she said it was because of the drums. She was hearing the drums resonate through her entire body, and she just said she felt this song come out of her, and it was like the way she described it, she said it was like a country song, but she couldn't really sing it, but she said it was just coming out of me, and she said she never felt so much joy that she ever had in her whole life, and she couldn't stop crying. And it was a similar thing. And when I heard Marcel express that, I thought about my dad, and I thought about her, and I thought about the Two Rivers Remix. And the environment that it created was that it was a place that my father could go where he didn't feel like he wanted to escape from, because he spent his life trying to escape from everywhere he was, and everywhere he didn't like being in public events. He didn't like those kind of things. But there he was comfortable and he felt good and he was proud of himself and he was loving everyone, and everyone was feeling that way because we were all valuing one another and we were all creating this environment of love and value and tolerance and respect. And even the people that were kind of acting up there, you know, getting to, you know, yee-hawing it up, even they were patrolling themselves. Even they knew when to kind of pull in the reins, and everyone, no one had to, you know, no cops had to come, no authority had to come in. We all were able to care for one another so much that we created this space of safety and love and value. And so that's what I feel like is the overarching values of Two Rivers Remix and what we want, the environments that we want to create. So just thank you for being Cook's Jam, Kleko for being a part of that today. I just feel so profoundly moved. I'm not going to stop talking about this all night. I'm probably going to dream about this all night, and I'm really excited for tomorrow. Thank you. And I don't think we're going to have any more showcases today, but we will have more.
No, sorry. That was a teaser. That was a teaser. I thought Leela was going to be on. So you'll have to wait until Sunday. But yes, thanks everybody. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Big shout outs to everybody who participated today and really lifted our spirits.
Yes, thank you.
Wonderful.
So much. Just a note on Leela's performance. It was so incredible this year that she did that we had to put it for the very end of our Confluence, because it's just gonna like lift us off, sail us away, everything. So that's why she's at the very end. And yeah, we'll see you tomorrow.
I was too excited. Okay, see everybody tomorrow at 10 a.m.